Thank you.
I understand that Mr. Dean will be available on screen.
Thank you. In court, to understand, Mr. Baroni wasn't able to make it today, and Mr. Wajaya is here. Can you
Wajaya, Your Honour.
Mr. Wajaya, thank you. All right. Mr. Johnston's here, Mr. Newton's there. Okay. Mr. Dean, you've had your hair cut.
Yeah.
All right. Look, I'm sorry that you were made to wait all day yesterday, and I just need to tell you that your evidence is being streamed, so if you can hold back on the profanities, I'd be grateful.
Yeah, I apologise for my behaviour. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before you proceed, though, can I clarify the photograph of the aerial photograph of the easement that was shown to Mr. Dean? When was that photograph taken, please?
It's my understanding that that photograph was taken in the days following the fire by way of a drone.
Was it taken before or after the easement was widened?
That's taken before the easement is widened, Your Honour.
All right. All right. Mr. Cheney. Thank you.
Mr. Dean, yesterday you were taken by Mr. Mickelbelt to the aerial photo that's at page 2046 next to your statement. Do you have your statement with you?
No, I haven't been given. Hang on, I'll get it up again. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, I've got it.
So you're looking at the aerial photograph, sir, that's next to your statement?
Yep.
Yesterday when you were shown that photo, you said of it that there's not much of an easement, it was quite overgrown. Do you recall saying that? So may we be clear, you regard what's shown in that aerial photo as depicting an overgrown easement, is that right?
Well, yes, I do think it is. I mean, I can't see much of an easement in that photo compared to the road, and I remember it being quite thick down in that gully.
You said yesterday that you'd never walked the easement. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I've never walked down further than I've walked probably, I don't know, 50 metres down there, but I've never walked all the way down, no.
And prior to the fire in March of 2018, you would not have had any occasion to pull up at the top of the easement and gaze down it, correct?
Only at Somerville's house, but not for any reason, no.
And on any given day prior to 2018, you'd drive along Reedy Swamp Road, east or west, past the easement, correct?
Yes, I went out the opposite way towards Tathra more often, but yeah, I did pass it. Yeah, at least 2 times a week.
And understandably enough, you wouldn't have paid any attention to it, would you, as you're driving past it?
No.
And I think you told us yesterday, candidly, that you didn't pay much attention to it when you were...
No. Just, yeah, it was my drive home.
What's that, Si?
It was my drive home, so yeah. It was just... Yeah.
And you're concentrating on the road in front when you're driving?
Yeah.
Not gazing down easements?
No.
And so, you said that there was vegetation in the easement pretty much running through the treetops, that the power lines were pretty much running through the treetops.
So the vegetation was quite low that was actually in the easement, but the trees on the side of the easement were encroaching over the easement.
And what period are you describing when you say that, sir?
It's for those. I was living there for 2 years from probably a year and a half before the fire, and it's been fairly overgrown. Like I remember it being like that most of the time I've seen it.
You're not suggesting, are you, that you've looked down the easement and seen treetops travelling through the power lines?
Not touching. No, I haven't. I haven't with. No, I haven't seen them touching power lines. No.
And you've made no attempt, when you have been looking down there, to estimate the distance from the power lines across to the treetops, I gather?
No, I never saw it as. I didn't think much of it as a potential hazard. But looking back on it, it potentially could have been. Definitely, I believe.
And when you say looking back on it, you're looking back with the benefit of the hindsight of knowing that there'd been a fire later.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Mr. Goodman?
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Badea?
No questions, thank you.
Right, Ms. Johnston?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Newton?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. And Mr. Smythe?
Oh, thank you, Your Honour, no questions from me.
Anything arising?
Nothing arising.
All right. Thanks for your time, Mr. Dean, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience that we've taken over 2 days for you, but at least we got on as soon as we could today. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and I apologise for my behaviour yesterday.
Okay, thank you. I knew you were very stressed. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, I call Alan Hull, who I understand is at Bega.
Yes, good morning, Your Honour. Mr. Hull will take an oath.
Thanks, officer.
Mr. Hull, do you swear by Almighty God the evidence that you shall give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Hull, can you hear me? And see
I can. I can see you. Hello.
I'm a barrister assisting the coroner with this inquiry. It'll come as no surprise to you. I imagine that I have a few questions in relation to the bushfires of the 18th of March 2018. In relation to those fires, do you recall giving a statement to police on the 22nd of March 2018?
I do.
Now, Mr. Hull, do you have a detective in the room with you or somewhere near you?
I do, yes.
Could I ask that that detective provide you with a copy of a map?
Just hold it up to the camera so they can see it.
That's the one. Thank you very much. Now, you live at 457 Reedy Swamp Road, is that right?
Correct.
And you've been there for some 29 years?
A bit longer now. Yes.
31 years, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right.
Could you please mark for Her Honour on that map with a letter A, your house?
Can. Pen doesn't work, sorry. Just put some paper under it because it'll skid with it. See that?
Can you use your finger to point out where you've marked, Mr Hull? I can see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Hull. Now, if I take you back to the 18th of March 2018, could you describe for the court the weather conditions on that day?
Very, very windy, extreme windy weather, and quite warm, quite hot. The wind was really horrific on that particular day.
How would you describe the wind relative to your experience of the wind in prior years or at other times?
Yes, a severe case of a bad windy day. It's probably close to one of the most extreme days I think I've been there.
At about 12, well, at a particular time that day, you were standing in your driveway, is that right?
I beg pardon? I
At a
didn't hear that.
particular time that day, you were standing in your driveway?
Yes, I went outside and to have a look around because I received a phone call from a friend of mine who owns the dairy farm across the river at Gilla. He phoned me up and said there's smoke coming out of the direction of my property.
He said there was.
So I went outside.
Sorry, he said there was smoke coming out from the direction of your property?
Yeah.
Who was that friend?
Robert Russell from Gila.
Right. And do you know what time he called you?
I'm thinking it was before 11 o'clock, something like that.
Before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, look, I'd have to go. I think I provided information when I was first interviewed.
Yeah.
I just can't quite remember the time. Let's go through my old phone records. I could find the time that he phoned me. But
Okay, the time you
I'm not sure the timing. I have to have a look.
at the time you spoke to police, did you look at your phone records?
Can't say that I can remember doing that. No.
Right. Do you recall telling them that at about 12:30 p.m. you were standing on the driveway of your property?
Yep. Yes.
Does that sound about right?
Probably does. Yes.
Now, do you recall what you observed at that time?
I saw a smoke coming in direction of Andrew Thompson's property at the end of Emma Road.
Sorry, Andrew Thompson's property at the end of Emma Road?
That's right.
Can I ask for you to take that map and mark that location with a B?
Thank you.
You put your finger for me where you've marked. Yes. Okay, so that's Andrew Thompson's property, did you say?
That's right.
And that's where you saw smoke coming from?
No, once I got closer towards Andrew's place, I realised the smoke was through the easement running up to Watkins's old house on Swamp Road.
So you saw smoke coming from somewhere near Andrew Thompson's property, and then what did you do? You were at your driveway at the time.
Yeah, I jumped in my ute and drove down Reedy Swamp Road, turned into Emma Road, and headed straight towards Andrew's place to his gateway, where there is a sub-pole there, and that's where the link comes off to the high voltage line that runs up through his place, up through the easement into Watkins's old house. And that's where I saw...
If I just stop you there, first, that gate and that pole, where are they located relative to the B that you've just marked on the map? Right at B. Right at B?
So is Andrew Thompson also known as Doc Thompson?
Correct. He's a local surgeon.
Yep.
And you looked from that location up towards, you said, the Watkins property?
Correct?
Can you mark for me, please, the location of that property on that map with a C?
See?
The C, right. Is that at on Reedy Swamp Road?
Correct?
And in between the Thompson property and what you've called the Watkins property at Reedy Swamp Road, is there a power line easement?
Correct?
Are you able to estimate roughly how far you would have been standing from the base of the easement?
From the base of the easement would be, estimation would be probably 300 metres.
Can I ask that a photograph be shown to you? This is photograph 50 in tab 5, that being the photographs taken by Mr. Harris in volume 2.
Right, do you have the folders there, Mr Hull?
I beg your pardon, sorry, I didn't
Do
hear
you
that.
have all the white folders there, or all the volumes of material there? We're going to ask you to go to volume 2, please.
Which tab was it?
5.
So it's the photograph numbered 50, or there is a page number that's partially obscured, that's 498.
I'm looking at it now, yes.
Mr. Hull, are you able to see that photograph? Yes, thank you. Are you able to see on that photograph the position you were standing in?
I can.
Could you please take that page and mark on the photograph with a D the position? Oh, sorry, that should be perhaps a B for Your Honour's benefit would be the most convenient if it's the position he was standing in.
I'm just trying to identify where the road is, and I can see where the house and the outer buildings are.
So
I can't see where I would assume the road is on the ridge there. I'm trying to look for identification for a sub-pole.
So, Mr. Hull, if it assists, there is a pole where the arrow marked F ends.
Yep. No, it's above that, it's towards the
Above
top.
that, and then
Yep.
there is a sort of cluster of houses to the right of that. Were you
Right.
further along the road from that cluster of houses?
No, heading towards the river towards the left. So that's a new property on. So
The aerial photograph that,
yeah, I can see roughly where it is. If there's a sub sitting right next to his gateway. That's where I was standing, looking directly up the easement. So I'll look at B here.
that,
Is it B you want me to mark it as? B?
Yes, and I might show you another photograph just to see whether it assists any further.
when you say the word sub, what are you referring to?
Well, there's a sub pole there. It's a substation pole. And from that point, that line runs down to Andrew Thompson's house.
Yep.
And then the high voltage runs directly up that easement line, heading towards Watkins's old house. And I was standing directly directly near that sub pole.
How far from the sub,
Looking at the,
how far from the sub pole can you estimate?
how far from the sub pole?
Yeah, and where you were standing in relation to the sub pole, how far away from the sub pole were you standing?
10 metres.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you point with a finger at the marking you've made on that map?
Yeah, thank you.
I might get you to repeat that exercise just with a slightly better image, if I can. See whether the officer assisting us there has a photograph taken from above of the easement, looking down from Reedy Swamp Road. Can you hold that photograph up, Mr. Hull? Yes. Does that allow you to more clearly see where you were standing?
Yeah, correct. I can see that. I can see the pole there.
It doesn't have a page number. It's previously been Exhibit 9 and 7. Can you mark that position again with a B, Mr. Hull?
Yeah. I see two poles there, so I'll directly try and find out which.
So if you look at that photograph, the photograph,
Yep.
the place that you've marked B, there's, where you've marked B sits between, if you look at the photograph on the left is, if you're playing golf, it would be a bunker.
Yep.
And to the right is a building.
That's right. That's the neighbour's property.
Okay, is there, where you've marked, is there a track down there that you drove?
Yeah, there's a roadway. The actual sub pole sits right outside his gateway.
And the gateway is just,
You've got to go through his gateway. Just trying to think. Go through the gateway, and then you can directly look up the easement.
right,
So did you go through the gateway, Mr. Hull?
I did.
And how far did you walk up the gateway?
Oh, I just went through the gateway and then heading towards the end of the hills to getting a better view of where I could see the easement and see what's actually within the easement.
So after you'd conducted that exercise, can you estimate for us how far you were standing from the base of the easement? And when I say the base of the easement, if you look at that photograph again, I'm referring to where the main body of trees ends, or approximately there.
So can you repeat what you're trying to ask me again?
Yes,
Sorry?
so can you tell us roughly how far you were at that time after you'd walked through the gateway and taken up a position from the base of the easement? And when I say the base of the easement, I'm referring to where the trees end.
I would have been directly under the easement. The pole. The conductors would have been above me, heading straight up towards the easement, where I was standing, viewing the easement.
Yes. Can you, again with that overhead photograph, mark for us the position you were standing at that time? I'd ask you to mark that with a D, just to avoid confusion. So is that in the same location you were referring to before?
No, just a bit further towards his house. I would have been standing.
Okay, so you'd walked a further distance towards the house. Roughly how far had you walked?
maybe 20 metres at the most.
Right. So not a great distance.
No, no.
And okay, from that position, are you able to indicate for the court what you observed?
Yeah, I observed flames, a lot of black. It was quite black around the easement lines. I saw a tree that it was on fire, and it was laying within the easement. I was directly underneath the conductors, I thought. I couldn't see whether the conductors were down or not because of the black conductors in the black ground, but there was flames burning with this log directly underneath the conductors.
So, Mr. Hull, using that photograph again, are you able to indicate with an E where you saw flames? At first, where the end point of the flames were that was most close or closest to you?
Would you be able to be a little more accurate by perhaps... So does that circle encapsulate all the flames or just the flames closest to you?
Well, I can identify as it come out of Reedy Swamp, it would have gone up one, probably from the edge of Reedy Swamp itself. It probably would have been 50 metres up that easement to where I saw the log burning.
Sorry, 50, do you mean 50 metres from the...
The edge of the Reedy Swamp, I would think.
Right. Perhaps you can...
Actually, where the low land is, where it climbs directly up, the log was hard to say, but within 50 metres, probably maybe a touch more from the edge of Reedy Swamp.
Perhaps another photograph can be given.
Where it was.
The witness be asked
Yes.
to put a horizontal line
If-
for the beginning and end.
Officer, is the officer there with you?
Yes, I am.
Officer, do you have a further copy of that photograph that we could employ?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hull, Her Honour has suggested that you mark a line where the edge of the flames began and ended.
So if you draw one line showing the beginning, the flames closest to you, and another line showing the, as far as you could tell, the flames furthest from you.
Sorry, is that second line, have you drawn that somewhere near the roadway?
That's right. Yeah.
So it's the case, are you saying that the flames had consumed the entire easement by the time you made that observation?
Correct.
Apart from the first 50 metres.
Yes.
That's right.
And did you make any observations in relation to the bushland on either side of the easement and whether there were flames or smoke coming from that area?
Yeah, by the time I got there, it was at the bottom of where my line is drawn, there would have been a log there burning quite severely, bits and pieces of other timber burning, but the bush had been basically scorched and it was quite heading in the direction of Tartha, I'd assume, or right over to Vimby Ridge.
Okay, so as you're looking up the easements, are you suggesting which direction is Tarthra as you're looking up the easement?
On the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side of you, and would that be the left-hand side of that photograph you were holding up?
Correct.
And did you make any observations so I withdraw that. In relation to that tree you observed, could you
Yep.
mark in that easement
The dotted line.
with a dotted line where you observed that tree? So you've marked an area that appears to be quite close to the edge of the flames closest to you. Are you
That's
able to estimate what the distance between that marking and the edge of the flames was?
Could you repeat that question again for me?
Put it this way, can you see on that
Sorry, the-
photograph the 4 power poles in the easement?
That's right, where that...
If you count, which we won't be, but just for the purpose of this exercise, if you're counting pole number 1 as being at the top of Reedy Swamp Road, looking at the photograph,
I'm thinking it would have been a pole at the base, so it would have been probably between the first and second pole from Reedy Swamp itself.
from the bottom.
Yep.
From the top, isn't it?
Pole would have come
He's
across.
saying from the bottom, Reedy Swamp's at the bottom of the
Yeah,
easement.
there would have been a pole bringing the conductors across the Reedy Swamp. And I'm just thinking, was it the pole above that or the pole between? I think it would have been the pole between the one taking the lines across Reedy Swamp to the next pole, I think, yeah.
Does
A
it
good
help
question.
if,
I'm really-
do you know the driveway to the house at that location?
Yeah, just above that, it would have been, I thought.
So you're indicating that,
Really, I've got, it was there somewhere and I'm just trying to situate where it was. I think it would have been above the driveway.
So, Mr. Hull, could you see the driveway from the location you were standing?
No, partially.
Right.
but
You might
Did
inquire.
it, partially may have seen it, but because it was dark around the edge, and I was basically looking at the flames skyrocketing up towards the top of the hill, and I didn't take much notice of where it's, I'm not assuming where it started. I'm just when I got interviewed, I just drew a plan of what I saw was just a log lane across the easement, where it was situated. Just trying to think of where it was situated. If I went there and had another look at it, I could really identify where it was. But looking at in this picture, I've got.
well, what about
But
the photograph?
Mr. Hull, I
It
might.
came from every direction I could see, but coming from Reedy Swamp down, I was standing on the other direction. So I know the hill comes up and down.
Just a minute, Mr. Hull.
Mr. Hull, is the officer there with you again? I'll just inquire whether there is a bundle of the photographs that we used yesterday. Those were the photographs taken from Mr. Barnes's statement being 1 to 5 and photograph.
I've got the photographs of the easement. 2 copies
Would
of the
photograph
map. That's all I've got at this
help
stage, unless you can
poles and
direct me
direction
to another
where
photo.
the witness was pretty much standing?
No, yeah, it might. I'll do it this way, Mr. Barnes. Sorry, Mr. Hull. Can you please be shown in volume 2? That's the same volume that you were shown a photograph before. Photograph 52.
Yeah, 52. Yes.
Mr Hull, does that photograph assist you to position where you were firstly and where you saw the flames?
Yes, that's coming from my direction. Yeah, where I was standing. Yes, correct.
So that's page 500 of the brief. Now, Mr Hull, could you please indicate on that map, again, with a
Yes.
dotted line where you think you saw the tree?
We can't see that.
I can't see that, Mr Hull. Could you just place your finger where you've drawn that line?
Can you indicate which letters it's between?
A and B.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hull.
Okay.
And Mr Hull, you indicated before that you didn't make any observations of the power lines, is that right?
No, I didn't say that. I said I couldn't see whether the conductors on the ground
Okay.
because conductors were black and the areas around the floor area was black.
So did you make any observations of the power lines?
I couldn't see whether they were down or up in the air, put it that way.
Right. Could you see any trees against the power lines?
No, everything that I saw that were on the ground. The tree in question or the branch in question was lying at the foot of the easement burning.
Did you see any trees leaning against power lines?
No.
And after you'd made those observations, Mr Hull, what did you do then?
I phoned back my friend and explained to him where it was, and he said that Triple O had been, someone had contacted Triple O.
Sorry, your friend said he had already contacted Triple O.
Or someone had contacted Triple O. Someone had already reported it. Then I went back to my house just to secure everything. Wasn't quite sure what may have happened, just to let my family know what the situation was.
Your Honour, I might tender those various photographs before we get any further confusion as a consequence of that. Mr Hull, this might be a slightly laborious exercise. Can you go to the map that you first looked at first?
Yep.
And could you hold that up for me, please? Can you sign your signature on the back of that map and put today's date, which is the 6th of August?
Mr. Dean signing anything?
Your Honour, I think that's Exhibit 10.
Did Mr. Dean sign anything?
Print name to it.
I'll print one out.
Yeah, no, print and sign.
I'll print and sign one.
No, he didn't mark any documents, Your Honour.
So which one is going to be Exhibit 10?
So Exhibit 10 is the map.
The map showing where the witness lives and where Mr. Thompson lives and Watkins' property is Exhibit 10.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Hull. Can you just write on the back of that, Sergeant, Exhibit 10? Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Hull, the second photograph I'd like you to repeat that exercise with is the photograph numbered 50, which is 498 of the brief of evidence.
Yeah, I've got that, yes.
Can you hold that up a bit further for me? Yes, that's the one. Could you please sign that document on the back and put today's date?
Six, three. Yeah. Show the camera. Exhibit 11.
Your Honour, I think that's Exhibit 11. That's
Yes.
photograph 50 from
Be
Craig
exhibit 11,
Harris's
and
bundle.
photograph 51 will be exhibit 12.
Would Your Honour like to make the photograph 52 Exhibit 12?
Yes.
So, Mr Hull, could you take the photograph numbered 52 from Mr Harris's statement? That being the one that shows the numbers in the easement looking up.
Yeah, take it back. This one here.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Yep.
Could you repeat that exercise, sign it on the back and date it, Mr Hull?
And officer, that's exhibit 12. If you could mark that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Hull, the next one is the first of the two overhead photographs looking down from Reedy Swamp Road, down the easement. That's the one I think you marked with letters.
I thought we'd already marked that as exhibit 11.
Here, question you.
You've got two of those out of the brief.
Yes, that's
yes,
the one.
Yes.
Could you sign that on the back, Mr Hull? Yeah, the one.
All right. That's exhibit 13.
And finally, Mr Hull, the map looking down the overhead photograph looking down the easement from Reedy Swamp Road that you drew the lines on. Yes? Could you sign that on the back and date it, please? So it should be that.
So is that exhibit 13? Thank you. Has he got two of those?
Yes, Your Honour,
Yes,
he marked two of
right.
those.
So that's exhibit 14 with the horizontal lines showing the range of the flames.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
No.
And that'll be exhibit 14.
Those are my questions for Mr Hull.
Thank you. He's got exhibits 10 to 14 inclusive. Cheney.
Mr Hull, can you hear and see me?
Hello, how are you?
So you explained in your statement that you were standing on your driveway at about 12:30 on that Sunday.
Yes, I'm reading it now, yes. Correct?
You say that you just got back home from Bermagui and was having some lunch?
Yeah. Did I say that?
You see at paragraph 5 of your statement, sir? The first couple of sentences?
Oh, yeah, correct.
I just wasn't clear whether were you inside having lunch when you saw the smoke, or were you out on the driveway?
I didn't. I got a phone call from Robert Russell who indicated there was smoke, and then I went outside to the end of my driveway, and that's where I noticed the smoke. Then, as my statement said, I just jumped in the car and drove along to where I thought smoke was coming from, along Emma Road. Got to Andrew Thompson's gateway, stepped inside, looked straight up the easement where I saw the flames.
So I think you explained earlier that you drove down, you turned right into Emma Road and drove down to the end of it, is that right? From Reedy Swamp Road?
Correct. That's right.
You parked the ute at the gate, and is that right?
Correct?
Got out and walked about 20 metres
That's right.
to try to give yourself a gun barrel view right up the centre line of the easement, is that right?
Correct. Yeah,
Because that's where you saw fire activity
that's right.
in the easement. So would it be fair to think that all of those events probably got you to the position looking up the easement at about 12:35, 12:36?
Look, I'd have to say yes, but I'm really unsure of the exact timing of all this. I had that in my statement, so I assume that was quite correct.
Because the statement was made a couple of days after the fire.
Yeah. That correct?
Do you recall when you looked across the gully towards the easement, whether you saw any vehicles in the easement?
No vehicles, no.
Do you know? I'm sorry.
I could see. That I could see no vehicles, no.
Do you know Wayne O'Brien?
I do.
Do you recall seeing his ute at the bottom of the easement, down near the house to the left of the easement?
No.
If you're looking down the centre line of the easement, looking up the easement down its centre line, or up its centre line, you're looking almost due northeast, is that right? From your
Correct.
vantage point in MRO? Yep. And it's just after 12:30 on a day in March. You're looking almost directly into the northern sky, northeastern sky.
Yeah, correct.
And do you recall the sun being in your eyes at all when you were making these observations?
No.
Was the smoke filling the sky,
No,
do you recall?
no. Because the wind was quite severe, blowing the smoke away towards the east. It's quite, yeah, my vision of that line was quite open. I could see everything except for the conductors. I couldn't quite make out.
Right. Can I ask you, sir, I think it's Exhibit 11, the photo that's numbered photo 50, is that right? Is that Exhibit 11? It's 12. It might be 12, Your Honour, I'm not sure if I got that right.
Oh, which one are you?
Exhibit, photo 50?
Yes, Exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11? Yeah. That's the photo, I think, where you marked the position or the vantage point you had over in Emma Road.
Yes, correct.
And I think in answer to an earlier question, you said something to the effect that you thought you were about 300 metres from the base of the easement. Do you recall saying something to that effect?
No.
Well, do you have a feel, when you look at that photograph 50, do you have a feel for what distance you might have been from the...
I would have said 300 metres to the edge of when it started climbing up the hill.
Right.
I would have meant, yeah. Reedy Swamp itself, basically 300 metres wide, maybe. And then from that point, climbs quite steeply up into the easement. So I would have mentioned 300 metres being from the bottom of the easement where Reedy Swamp meets the hill.
And you're regarding the easement as commencing, are you not, at the start of the tree line? It's about at the centre of the photograph?
Yeah. Well, I assume the easement is from B right through, but I was only referring to the start of the easement up through the bush after Reedy Swamp itself.
All right. And if I suggested to you, sir, that the distance from where you stood to the point marked E on that photograph Exhibit 11, photograph 50, is closer to 600 metres, would you agree that that's a possibility?
Yeah, definitely right.
About 6 football fields across?
Well, yeah, you could be right.
So your view of things from 600 metres away when there's smoke involved, you'd agree would not be perfect?
That's, as I said to you, I couldn't quite see whether the conductors are in the air or on the ground.
Yeah. Do you wear glasses for distance vision, sir?
No, I don't.
Um,
I still open playing cricket. Open the bat, so my eyes are quite good.
Right. I've been urged to ask
Depends
you
how
what
fast the bowler is.
Oh, pretty fast around here. We had one play for Australian country, so they're quite quick.
I'm sure you would be.
So you said that what you saw lying on the floor of the easement alight was either a tree or a branch of a tree. Is that right?
Correct.
As you
Correct.
sit there today, you're unsure which of those things it was that you saw?
Yeah, well, I mean, if something's been burning for a while, you know, where it's been burning for some time, whether it was a large branch fallen off its tree or existing small sapling, I'm not sure. But what I saw was, there was a branch or remnants of a tree laying across underneath the easement.
And you had, I think, your wife and your daughter at home at the time?
Correct.
And I think you told us you did not pay much attention because you... oh, I'm sorry, you did not use those words. You said... Oh, you went back to your house to inform your family of the fire?
Correct.
Is that right? So do you have a feel for how long it was you lingered at the end of Emma Road looking at the easement before you made that trek back to the house?
That's a good question. I'm just trying
Shucks.
to think of how long I was there for. Wouldn't be long. I would think it'd be maybe 15 minutes at the most, I would think.
Does he have one?
He's got volumes 1 to 5.
Could the officer there... is the officer still with you in the room, sir?
Yes, I am. There's 2 of them.
Could the witness be shown page 160 of the court book in volume 1? Tab 3.
Page 160.
Just 160, yes. Mr. Hull, have you had a chance to look at the photo there that's at page 160?
Yes.
And you see we see a bit of a blow up or another version of that taken a bit later on the next page.
Yeah, correct.
Does either of those 2 photos...
I only got 1 page there.
I'm sorry, could the witness have pages 160 and 161?
Yeah.
So what is shown in the photo on page 160 accord with your recollection of broadly what you saw looking from Emma Road?
Yeah, so you raised the question whether I could see, because of the smoke, or the sun, you can see by that photograph, the smoke was actually blowing well away from the easement, so I had a clear vision of what I could see. So yeah, I'd say very timely, those photographs of what I could see.
And,
But,
and similarly,
but
I'm sorry.
said B and C, there would have been flames on the floor underneath the easement.
So are you there saying what you recall you saw?
Yep.
And when
So
you say
there were
flames
flames on the floor,
on the
on the
floor,
ground floor, in B and C.
between C and B. But all right, and sorry, sir. The next there's the next photo that's at 161, which I asked you to assume was taken about 9 minutes after
Yep.
the other photo we just looked at.
Yep.
Does it reflect what you saw, or which of the two is more closely aligned to what you saw?
Oh, I just think both of them are very accurate because of that. Looking at the photographs, that would have been on the high side of the roadway, and my vision, I only could only see the bottom side of the smoke on the right hand side. I wouldn't have seen that from where I was standing.
Sorry, you would not have seen that.
No.
What is it that you would not have seen from where you were standing?
Not the smoke. The smoke would have been in the air, but the actual tree line, top of the tree lines, I wouldn't see where I was standing.
I see, yes.
When you say top of the tree line, do you mean top of the easement?
No, top of the tree line, because from the easement up, it goes up quite steeply towards the right-hand side, heading towards Starthra. So the flames are up over that top of that ridge, which I couldn't see, that had been burnt. And the time I was there was flames sitting underneath the easement, as I keep saying.
And the evidence you've given earlier today about the position of the burning tree or branch that you saw is doing the best you can today to recall where it was, correct?
Yep, correct.
And it may be that it was at a different location to that which you've identified?
It could be a possibility, yes, without going and have another look at the site, see whether my recollection of where it was situated. Yeah.
Because at the time you're making these observations on the day of the fire, you've got the pressing need to get back home and secure the safety of your family, correct?
Oh, yeah, quite correct, yes.
And the position of a particular branch or tree in the easement isn't something you would have committed to memory, given the other priorities that you had?
No, I would think I was, I distinctly remember seeing that log burning, where it was positioned within that easement. There's probably a little bit of uncertainty where it was, but if I went back to it, I could probably observe exactly where the branch was. But looking at these photographs and my recollections probably, yeah. No, I'm feeling I'm quite certain of where it was situated, within space of a few metres.
Positioning it today relative to the various telegraph poles or electricity poles in the easement is difficult though, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
Knowing whether it's above or below any given pole in the easement's a difficult thing for you to recall with confidence.
That's right, yes.
You finished up with Essential Energy a couple of years, almost to the day before this fire, correct?
Oh, you've got a good memory. I'm not quite sure on that. I did end up in February sometime. So, yeah, you're right.
Well, it's not my memory, sir. It's what you tell us in paragraph 4 of your statement.
You must have read the information pretty well. Yeah, very good. Yeah, no, I did end up finish up with Essential Energy. Yes, I did.
After 38 years with the company.
That's right.
And you've explained in paragraph 4 the nature of the work that you did when working with Essential.
Yep,
Which was principally in an HR role, human resources role. Is that right?
that's right. Yes.
Your work with Essential did not involve any vegetation management implementation. That's so?
No,
Sorry, you agreeing with the proposition?
I do.
The question of how adequate was the clearances of the vegetation in the easement on the day of the fire is something on which you would defer to the evidence of those involved in implementing the vegetation management strategies at that time. Is that right?
Can you explain to me again what you want me?
The question of the adequacy of the clearances of the vegetation around the easement on the day of the fire is not something on which you can assist the court, correct?
Correct.
You would defer to the evidence of those who are involved in implementing the vegetation clearance strategies, the vegetation management strategies at the time of the fire.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr Goodman.
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Wadaya, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Ms Johnston?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Newton?
No questions, Your Honour.
Mr Smythe?
Just a clarification, Your Honour. Sir, can you see me and hear me?
I can.
Thank you. Could I ask yourself or the officer, please, to get before you the page that's marked in the top, page 160? Thank you, officer. Can you see there, my colleague was asking you a moment ago where the burning log you saw was. Am I right to think that you said it was between B and C as marked on that photograph that you see on that page?
Correct.
Thank you. And so could I clarify this? You say in your statement that you drove to where you've indicated to my other colleague at the end of Emma Road, and evidently you had your phone with you because at the end of the incident you've described you went back and called 000 from where you were at the end of Emma Road.
No, I didn't
He
call
rang
triple
Rob
zero.
Russell and
Phone Rob Russell.
So, I beg your pardon, Her Honour's quite correct, but you made a call from where you were at the end of Emma Road there?
Correct.
And can I just clarify this with you? You didn't take any photographs with your phone of what you saw on the day?
I had an old vintage phone that wouldn't take too many good photographs.
Oh, you had a vintage phone. All right, well, that clarifies my question entirely. Thank you very much for your attention, sir.
all right, Mr.
No questions.
Right. Thank you, Mr Hull, for your evidence. We're very grateful for your assistance. You're now excused.
Thank you.
No, Your Honour.
Can I call Daryl Worley?
That's it.
I think it might be Rob first. Is it Rob or Daryl?
Daryl, please.
Daryl, we got Rob on standby. We'll have to just go and get Daryl.
Yes, please. Thank you.
It's Daryl, not Rob. Daryl. Yeah. Won't be a minute, Your Honour. Daryl Worley, Your Honour.
Thanks very much. Mr. Worley, we'll just have you sworn in, thanks.
Oath or affirmation? Oath, mate. Yep. Yep.
Mr. Wally, are you giving an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
Thank you. Do you swear by mighty God the evidence that you shall give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Worley. My name is Mikkel Tvet. I am assisting Her Honour with this inquiry, and I will be asking you a few questions about various issues, but many of them, as you would no doubt have guessed, arise from the events of 18 March 2018. Now, Mr. Worley, you've provided 2 statements to police to assist with this matter. Is that right?
That's correct.
The first of those is 26th of March 2018. Does that sound right to you?
It does.
Your Honour will find that at tab 66. And the second of those statements was provided on the 3rd of December 2018. Is that right, Mr. Worley?
That's correct, yeah.
Your Honour will find that statement at tab 67.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Worley, as at March 2018, you'd been employed by Essential for a period of about 14 years, is that right?
That's correct.
You were in fact a qualified linesman, a role that entails building and maintaining electrical lines, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
But at the time of this fire, that being the 18th of March 2018, you were engaged as a vegetation officer.
That's true, yes.
And you were working at the Bega depot of Essential Energy?
Yes, I was.
Were you responsible for the vegetation management area known as V-Bega 1533?
When you say was I responsible for it, I would say that Aspland were responsible for the area. I would have been responsible for auditing or that sort of thing, but I wasn't responsible for the scoping or the cutting of it. So
Yes, quite. So within the scope of your role, being as a vegetation officer for Essential Energy, Bega, or the area V-Bega 1533, fell within your area of responsibility?
yes, it did, yeah.
Can you describe for the court roughly what area that V-Bega 1533 region took in?
It takes in an area around the Reedy swamp area to the east of Bega, running to the east, also to about a 5 kilometre square area, I'd say, something like that.
And the lines running between Emma Road and Reedy Swamp Road fall within that area, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Now, Mr. Worley, how long have you been a vegetation officer for Essential?
Nearing 10 years.
So you might have started in about 2010.
2009, I think it was, yeah, in the Cooma depot. So I was responsible for areas in the Snowy Mountains from 2009 through to about 2016, and then the Tathra fires happened in 2018.
Yes. Now, the role that you were required to perform as a vegetation officer changed in about 2015, did it?
That's correct, yeah.
Whereas previously you were required to perform your own scoping and clearance works. From 2015 it shifted to be more of an audit role, is that right?
Not so much the clearance, the scoping, yes. The scoping was sent to contract.
scoping was sent to contract?
Yeah, it was put out to contract.
Oh, sent.
Vegetation officers used to once contract.
Can you indicate what you mean by that?
Vegetation officers used to once scope, and after 2015 that changed when the scoping was put out to contract.
And Asplund became the principal contractor in relation to that arrangement?
They did, yeah, and they Pinnacle Scoping was the subcontractor who did all the scoping.
Now, it's your understanding that the inspection of vegetation in an easement, including within the VBEGA 1533 area, might occur in one of three ways, and I'll go through those with you. First is a cyclic ground-based assessment. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Familiar to you? And those assessments are conducted entirely by Asplund with the help of Pinnacle, perhaps, in the Bega area. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
The Bega 1533 area falls in what's designated a rural area for the purposes of scoping, does it?
That's correct, yeah.
And does that mean that cyclic ground-based assessments are required to be performed every 2 years?
Yes, true.
So that's the first type of inspection. The second is known as a pre-summer bushfire inspection.
Yeah, usually, or they're called aerials, yes.
Yes, so that type of inspections are conducted by way of an aerial assessment that during the course of the time you've been involved with it has been performed by Oberon, or a company called Oberon, is that right?
That's true, yes.
Are you aware of the last time Oberon conducted one of those inspections prior to the fire?
No, I'm not sitting here, no.
Because between March and May 2016 sound about right?
Look, possibly could. I'd have to go back and look at records to find out when. I mean, we're down here, just to explain a little more, the area that we're talking about, we have 130, I think it is, areas like that in the Bega Valley from north to west to almost to the Victorian border. So it's very hard to put when actually the aerials happened in that one area.
So is that because an aerial examination might take in a number of different areas on the same day?
Can do, yeah. It involves a plane swooping low, taking photographs and just doing an aerial inspection, basically.
So the 130 different regions, are they approximately the same size as the Bega V1533 area, that being roughly 5 square kilometres, or does the size vary?
No, the size can vary as well.
But the upshot is that if there's 150 different areas and they're all a given number of square kilometres, there's quite a significant area that you're talking about.
It is quite a significant area, yeah.
Okay, if we can return to the bushfire inspections that are intended to be conducted pre-summer, is it your understanding that the frequency with which those inspections are conducted depends on a categorisation of bushfire risk?
When they're flown, they're to pick up the stuff that may be of great hazard to an upcoming summer. So mainly what they'd call, like level 1 or level 2 defects is what we're mainly looking for. Anything that could become very hazardous over the summer.
So it's intended that those flights be conducted prior to the bushfire season, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
And so if, for example, an inspection was conducted between March and May of a given year, that wouldn't be achieving that end of assessing the area prior to the bushfire season?
Well, they tried to do them later in the year so that we can get them cut by about October, something like that.
Right. But March would usually, for example, be at the very end of a bushfire season, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah.
And it's some time before the next bushfire season.
Correct, yeah.
Are you aware, as at the time of the bushfire, what the bushfire risk categorisation of the VBEGA 1533 area was?
I'd have to go look. It may be a P1 or a P2. I'm not sure unless we looked at records, but sitting here, no, I don't.
Right. So if you take it from me that it was a P2 at the time of the fire, are you aware as to whether there was a change to the categorisation system at some point prior to the bushfire?
No, I don't think so. Look, if you said it was a P2, that'd sound about right. There was P1 obviously being the category we worry about most, P2s, P3s, and then urban areas of P4s, because obviously you don't get a lot of bushfires starting in urban towns. So.
No, quite. So if I was to say to you that at some point prior to 2016, the VBEGA 1533 area had been categorised as a high-risk area and therefore subject to inspection in 2016, is it the case that you wouldn't be able to assist me in relation to what might have changed?
Not at the moment, no.
Now, if we return to those three types of inspections, so firstly, again, we have the cyclic ground-based assessment, I've asked you about those, and then the pre-summer bushfire inspections, and the third type of inspection might be categorised as a LiDAR inspection, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you're aware that within the relevant area, such inspections have been conducted by an organisation that was known as Network Mapping, or appears to be called NM Group at the moment, is that right?
Yes.
There are also from time to time ad hoc inspections. So by that I mean inspections that occur in an unplanned way when essential energy personnel happen to be on site.
How are you meaning? Is this for organised inspections? Like I get called out to, say, customer complaints where they may say, look, I've got a wattle tree in my backyard, for instance, that's died recently, or it's come under attack from insects, and I think it's dangerous to the line, so I'll go out and inspect that and log a job for contractors and categorise that job, whether it needs doing in a couple of days, whether it'll hold for a month, or whether it needs, 6 months doing. So that's maybe the ad hoc sort of inspections you're talking of.
That would be one way. How often do you find things like that arise in the course of your employment?
I can have daily tasks where I'm to go out and have a look at something that somebody's worried about, or they deem dangerous, or sometimes you go out there and it's overhanging telecom, so it's not our bother,
Do most of those types of inquiries come from members of the public, or are they from, for example, essential personnel conducting a line inspection?
No, it can be essential, conducting lines where we'll either get a phone call or a text, or just say, look, mate, we may have a tree here that's pretty dangerous. I'd like you to come down and have a look at this one, or, maybe something's been missed in a scope or whatever. But, the pole inspectors will call in stuff that they find A lot of the times it's maybe regrowth that hasn't been cut the first time. It may not have been poisoned, so it's just regrowing back.
Now, if we can go to within those inspections, and in particular the cyclical inspections that occur, it's your understanding that the primary aspect or the primary part of that is directed by ground crews. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
And when you were a vegetation officer, did you yourself perform ground scoping work?
Yes, I did.
You've given a statement, the first of your statements being 26 March 2018. In the course of that statement, you gave a description at paragraph 8 of scoping as the general overlook of the distribution network, high voltage, low voltage and services to the point of attachment, including vegetation around poles and stays. You then say this would include large trees overhanging the network, trees to the side of the network within clearance and regrowth under mains. And then does that sound about right as a description of what the scoping works entail?
That would be an apt description of Tier 1 scoping, yeah.
Okay, and at paragraph 9 you describe 3 types of scoping, and those sort of broadly reflect what we were talking about before. You talk about the ground crew, the aerials and the LiDAR. And when you're talking about the ground crew, you say the first one is the ground crew who use observations and photography to assess and report of the vegetation clearances to overhead mains. That's the summary you gave of ground scoping. Does that sound about right again?
Yes, it is.
Is it fair to say then, having regard to those 2 descriptions, that the primary focus in your experience of scoping works is on the identification of vegetation that overhangs a line or otherwise infringes on minimum clearance distances?
Yeah, there's that, and anything else that we would deem to be hazardous potentially to a power line.
And when you're talking about that, are you talking about Tier 2 defects? We'll get into that in a moment.
Yeah, yes.
Is it a convenient time, Your Honour?
We need a coffee before we get into that.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honour.
Mr. Worley, we're going to have the morning tea adjournment. Can we take 20 minutes and then resume? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Please all stand.
Mr. Worley, can you hear me?
No.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. So we were talking, or we were just starting to talk about the different types of defect that there are, and we had discussed the role of the ground crew and the scoping work that they are required to conduct, and I suggested to you on the basis of the definitions of the work undertaken by scopers that you'd put in your statement in paragraphs 8 and 9, that the primary focus in your experience of a scoper's task was on the identification of vegetation that overhangs the line or otherwise infringes on minimum clearance distances. Is it fair to say that that was the primary focus of a scoper's work?
That's one of the primary focuses, yeah.
Well, there was another focus, was there, relating to other types of defects, or what are you suggesting?
Well, tier 1 defects are anything that's beside, under or overhanging the line, and tier 2 defects are anything beyond clearances that may impact the line, any for want of a better word, dead trees or infected trees, or like any tree that may impact the line.
So in those paragraphs, when you were defining the work of the scoper, you didn't make any mention of those types of defects. Is that's because that's a secondary aspect to the role?
No, it's not. I thought I had detailed them in some part of my statement.
To be fair, at paragraph 22, and we'll come to this, you do refer to tier 2 defects.
Okay, and what do I say about them there?
We will come to that in due course. I just want to get your understanding, first of all, of the differences between a tier 1 defect and a tier 2 defect. I know you've just indicated what a tier 2 defect was, but if you could define for Her Honour what your understanding of a tier 1 defect is.
That's any vegetation that's growing underneath, beside or overhanging the line, and these are always or more than likely still live trees or trees that are still growing, and they're cut or dealt with in any number of ways, would be the best way to describe a tier 1 defect.
Would defects in that category also be described as a grow-in risk or hazard?
A growing risk?
Grow in.
I'll grow in.
Yes.
It's not a term that I would use, but yeah, they could be. There could be regrowth under the line that would grow up into the mains.
When it comes to tier 2 defects, could you provide Her Honour with your understanding of what that category of defects comprises?
Mainly dead trees, but any tree that is a significant risk to impacting the line. It doesn't necessarily have to be dead. It can be severely white ant eaten. It can be a deformity in the tree. It can be a tree that has different types of fungus in it. There's any number of reasons that they would be declared a tier 2 hazard tree.
So is it your understanding that a tier 2 defect includes or extends to include any dead tree that is of sufficient height that it could fall on the lines?
Yes.
So there's not, in your understanding, an additional layer of assessment that needs to be undertaken when you've identified a tree
Oh,
as
look,
dead?
there is, yeah, look, you may have, sorry, we lost, communications then.
We can
Okay.
hear you, but we're not.
Hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, we're back online.
Okay, Mr. Worley, if you could just go back for a moment. You were giving us an indication in relation to trees that are dead and what might occur in those cases.
Yeah, look, it all depends. Down here, we get very strong westerly winds in around August. So any tree that's on the westerly side of the mains may be declared a very hazardous tier 2 tree. If it's on the easterly side, but it's very, very solid at the base and may not fall from the base, you could potentially not declare that a hazard tree, a tier 2 hazard tree, or as at greater risk than a tree that's on the other side of the mains. It all depends on what exactly is the situation, not a scenario.
So you're suggesting that in some cases there is an additional layer beyond the question of whether the tree is dead. In your experience, is that additional layer principally connected with weather conditions or wind conditions, for example, the side of the line, or are there other matters that come into that consideration?
There's other matters that come into it too. You can have trees that are on creek banks that are severely washed out, and the roots of the trees are compromised. So then that can happen to a green tree as well, a live tree. So you've got trees that become a hazard tree even though they're live because they're compromised.
So if I could take you then to, well, I'm not sure whether this document's there, so I might just read it to you because we have it, I think, in electronic form there, but it'll be a bit difficult, I think, to bring it up.
Okay.
But for Your Honour's benefit, at tab 193, volume 14,
Is that something we should be looking at here? Tab 193 of volume 14.
at page 5325. Can you see that on the screen, or perhaps I might get that page brought up on the screen if I can.
'53 of 25. I'm not sure where they're looking for, mate.
So if you go to
Sorry.
volume 14,
Of what?
oh, is there an officer there to assist you, Mr.?
Yes, Your Honour, I'm here.
All right, do you have volume 14 there?
Or do you? No.
Okay. We're going to put
But my
an image
instructions
up on the
is that
screen.
Perhaps flip through on the screen to the page 5325 and we'll see whether that can be seen.
That's it there, isn't it? Just go down to the image.
To the top of the page, please. Could you zoom in at the top of the page where it says Tier 2 defect?
We don't have it.
Are you able to read where it says Tier 2 defect, Mr. Worley?
It's a little shaky on the screen. If you can read it out, dead, dying or structurally unsound vegetation that has been visually identified as far as reasonably practicable, which in the opinion of the authorised officer contributes a hazard to bare, covered or insulated aerial conductors or other network infrastructure in the event that if it were to fall in the direction of the network asset,
Now, Mr. Wally, are you familiar with that definition?
Yes.
And that definition suggests to you that, does it, that any tree that is dead, dying or structurally unsound that has been identified as far as is reasonably practicable, falls within the category of a Tier 2 defect if it is capable of falling on the lines irrespective of other matters.
Yeah, like when I was saying they're dead and whether they're dying, which would could mean, you know, they're full of bracken fungus or whatever, or they're structurally unsound as in compromised root systems, then all those, that definition there is about Tier 2 hazard trees, and it may be a tree that if it were to fall, it may impact another tree which would hit the line. So it's just it's just whatever constitutes a hazard to the network.
Now, is it your understanding that a Tier 2 defect might be termed in short form a fall-in hazard?
Yes, that terminology is known to me.
Yes. I'm going to turn to another document now. That document is found behind tab 71C. I might ask my instructing solicitor to perform the same task rather than trying to get you to replicate that here. So behind 71C, if we could turn to the page 2361.128. It's volume 6A.
Page number?
2361.128 or...
Yes. Sorry, could you say that again?
2361 and 128.
Thank you.
It's page 6 of 35 of the relevant document, if that also assists. Now, Mr. Worley, are you able to
There it is there. He's got it, Your Honour.
that document?
Yep.
Now, Mr. Worley, can you read the definition of fall-in vegetation hazard? You don't need to read it out loud, but are you able to read that for us?
You want me to read it now, or do you just
Sorry,
want me
you
to
can
read
read it to yourself, but I just want to make sure you can read it on screen.
He's got the page in front of him.
Got it here.
Yes. Just read the page in front of you.
Have you read that, Mr. Worley?
I have, yes.
Yes. So that definition there, is it your understanding that that corresponds to the definition of a Tier 2 defect?
Yes.
But there's a key difference in those two definitions, isn't there? And that's that this document refers to vegetation that is dead, dying, and appears structurally unsound, as identified from the perspective of the network asset, as far as is reasonably practicable to do so. So when you're performing your role as a scoper or as an auditor, and it comes to a dead tree, which of those documents takes precedence for you?
You say which of those documents?
Which of those definitions is the definition that you use when you're considering whether a tree is a Tier 2 defect?
I would just more it's got more to do with the tree than a definition, I believe, because if you think that it is going to impact the line in any way, then you just ask that it be cut. That's, you know, if you've got any doubt that it may hit the line, it's to be cut.
And how do you assess that?
Whether or not the tree is at an angle, whether or not it's on the windward side, depends on how compromised the vegetation is. You may hit in numerous places the butt of the tree with an axe to sound the tree if it sounds absolutely hollow. If there's, you know, you can see white ant paths all through it. There's just different visual inspections you can do on them to determine whether or not they're in need of cutting.
So are you suggesting that you might see a tree as dead and then conduct some further assessments of that tree?
Yes, you can, yeah.
Now, Mr. Worley, I'll take you back to the scoping task generally. You're now no longer performing that work yourself, but when you take a given line of electrical infrastructure, can you describe for me how you would expect the task of scoping to be conducted?
How would you
expect, I'll withdraw that, Your Honour, how would you expect the scoper to conduct their inspections in relation to a given line of electrical infrastructure?
So first of all, does the scoper possess a document which they would complete while they're looking at something?
Yes, they would. Like they would do it span by span, say in between pole 1 and pole 2. They would go, or they should go down either side of the span, and listing anything with we'll use what's written here, like a growing vegetation hazard, like be that trees to the side that could have vegetation grow into the side within clearance, grow up under the clearance, be overhanging, and they would write down in their where they log all their information what the actual fault is and where it is in the span, and then also walk further into the span to identify any trees that would be tier 2.
Sorry, when you say walk further into the span, do you mean into or along the power line or into the vegetation?
Into the vegetation.
So, do I have this right? It's your expectation that if we take a particular line of, particular power line between two poles, it would be your expectation first that the scoper would walk down one line?
You walk or drive, it depends on, again, what is needed in the span. There may be no vegetation in the span, obviously, so you're not going to log anything there, but if there is, and you may need to park your car, you may need to walk down, and if you spotted a tree, say, mid-span to your left, and then you're thinking, well, hang on, I need to maybe put my rangefinder out over it, see if it would fall onto the line, and then go and have a look at that tree if it was a tier 2 tree, and actually go up to the tree to have a look at what the tree is like at the base.
So when you say your rangefinder, that's a device that you use to measure the distance between the line and the tree?
Yes.
And you might do that measurement task in relation to a tree that was past the tree line? deeper into
Yes.
the thicket?
Yes.
Any tree that you observed that you thought to yourself might be hazardous to the line?
Yes.
And having conducted that exercise in relation to one side of the easement, would it be your expectation that the person would do the same thing on the other side of the electrical line?
Again, it depends on the easement itself or the amount of vegetation in the easement. You may be able to look on the other side of it and just see that there's nothing that's obvious there that is going to impact, or you may be able to just walk under the line and look down the other easement and see that it's all clear. Again, it all depends on that one span on that day you're conducting the scope.
So in the case where, for example, it's a reasonably thickly forested span, would you expect a scoper to conduct their inspection more closely?
Yes.
And they might do it in a slower way than they would with a less thickly populated forest?
Well, yeah, because there's more to look at, basically, yes.
And you say if, in walking down the line, the scoper identified a tree that might be problematic, you would expect that they would walk in and have a look at that tree more closely in some way.
Yes, yeah.
What types of inspections would you expect them to undertake in looking at that tree more closely?
The ones that I've already mentioned, you may take an axe to sound the tree. By sounding, I mean hitting it with an axe, the back of the axe, to determine, if it's got a hollow, a very hollowy, pithy sort of a sound, it may be in urgent need of cutting. Just like a root inspection, seeing whether or not it's full of like a bracken fungus or white ants, sort of anything there that could make the tree, that could help you determine whether or not the tree was a danger to the mains.
And so if we take, again, a reasonably thickly forested area and you've walked the line and you haven't necessarily seen anything that jumped out at you, would you nevertheless expect someone to, you indicated before, walk into the span a little bit to just have a look around to see whether there are any potentially hazardous trees that you didn't initially notice?
Again, that's difficult to answer as it stands, because it all depends on the span. If there was nothing there that was you could identify straight away, you probably wouldn't.
Yes. And swinging more to your role as an auditor, what would you expect to happen if the scoper identified a tree that might be a tier 2 defect tree?
What would I expect them to do?
Yes.
Oh, they'd fill out a hazard tree inspection form, and they would put down why they've got that tree down for cutting or removal or whatever they've decided to do with it. There's usually one of two things done with it. One is height reduction to take away the part that would impact the line, or it can be felled from the ground depending on what they decide to do with it.
Now, that hazard inspection or hazard tree inspection form, was that a form that was available as at the 18th of March 2018?
I believe so, yes.
Right, so you'd expect one of those to be filled in, and does it then get sent to you at Essential?
Yeah, it gets sent to Essential, and then that's a discretionary service, a service we pay extra for, basically, as opposed to cutting what's in clearance. So I would then go out and have a look at that after a discretionary service application has been put in, and then I would go and endorse or not endorse the amount of hours they had to do it.
Right, so what you're saying is that kind of work is not included in the contract price, and therefore ultimately if a report is made to Essential of such a tree, you have to make a determination as to whether to spend the money, as it were, on taking action in relation to that tree.
Yeah, spend the money and what amount of money is to be spent. Like, just say, for example, if they've got 12 hours down to do the job and it could be done in 7, then I wouldn't endorse that job.
So part of your job in going out and conducting that inspection is not just to see whether the work is warranted, but to see whether they're trying to, extract a bit more money than the job warrants.
Yeah, correct.
Is a hazard inspection report equivalent to not only a report of what the hazard is, but also a quote for the job?
Some of them can be, yes.
Now, when it comes to, are you aware of within what time Tier 2 defects that are identified are required to be rectified?
If it's a Tier 2 defect and we determine it to be urgent, they're like, some we have them cut that day if we determine they're too bad. 2 days, 30 days, 60 days. Yeah, they blow out as into their, not their importance, but their risk to the mains.
Are you aware as to whether the classification of a tree's location in a bushfire-prone area has any impact on the rectification period?
Can you explain its location, mate? What do you mean by that, sorry?
So, if a tree is, for example, located in a P1 or P2 area, is the rectification period, in your understanding, shorter or the same?
Yeah, no, it's shorter in a P1 area.
Right.
Because they're obviously a higher bushfire danger. But I mean, say a tree that's overhanging or a dead tree that's above 11,000 volt line, it takes higher importance than one that may be over, just say, a service that's.
Are you aware that the vegetation management common requirements indicate that in relation to Tier 2 defects, the rectification time is said to be 1 month unless subject to a risk assessment up to a maximum of 6 months?
Yeah, they're like a. I look at it every day and can't think of it now. Yeah, maximum rectification time of 2 days, 30 days, 90 days, and 180 days.
And are you aware that that same document, I won't trouble you with going to it, but it's at page 5,334 for the record behind tab 193 of volume 14, says that any Tier 2 vegetation defects in bushfire-prone areas identified during the bushfire season are to be rectified as soon as reasonably practicable unless a risk assessment by a horticultural advisor determines otherwise. The risk assessment is to nominate a rectification time up to a maximum of 6 months. Does that sound like a process you're familiar with?
Yeah, but we'd never leave a tree in a P1 area for 6 months.
Would you conduct, or would you have a horticultural expert conduct an assessment, or would you simply remove the tree?
again, if you were to do a site visit yourself and declared that the tree was in danger, it's always easier to err on the side of caution and maybe have the tree height reduced.
So you might do that without an assessment being conducted.
Yes.
Now, the auditing process, is it correct to say that your auditing processes are typically triggered by the completion of treatments conducted by one of your subcontractors?
How do you mean treatments?
I mean, for example, a cut.
Oh, cutting.
Yes. Sorry, I'm adopting the terminology in your documents as opposed to ordinary English.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Sorry, that was yes?
Yeah. Look,
So how soon after a given cut does an audit have to occur?
after the cutting, the contractors do their own audit so that it can be signed off ready for auditing by us. And it should be like straight away or within a month or whatever, but sometimes that doesn't happen.
So they do their own audit. They send you the tick to say it's ready for auditing by you. And
Yes.
you, I presume, choose some of the sites that they've cut,
Yes.
and then you go out to those sites. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what does the audit actually entail when you get out to the site?
It entails going to the site and making sure that the cutting is up to standard and that the cutting is to clearance.
When you say up to standard, do you mean that the work has been performed in a way that satisfies the requirements of the Vegetation Management Common Requirement?
Yes, I do.
And when it comes to choosing where to audit, how do you make that decision?
It wasn't a choice once. We used to conduct 100% audits.
So when did that change?
That changed, I think it changed in 16. I think I'd have to look back through it. And it changed to 10% was what became not so much the norm, but 10% was nominated as the amount we could do. And if we found in that first 10% we could do 20 and 20 could become 50 and 50 could become 100% if we deemed it necessary.
So up to 2016, you used to audit 100% of cuts?
Yes.
And then there was a change to that such that standard practice was to audit 10% of cuts?
Yes.
And if in that 10% process you identified that some of the work had been done shoddily, you would up it to 20%, is that right?
Yes.
And then step that again up if in the 20% it became apparent that that sample was still suggesting the work was shoddy, you'd step it up to 50%, is that right?
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
after 50%, if you're still finding shoddy work throughout.
But before you got to any more than that, you would sort of you might maybe ring a supervisor and say, look, the pack that I'm auditing at the moment, pack being just say the Reedy Swamp area or 1.01, I explained one of the 130 that we've got around the bigger area. And you could just say that, look, job after job after job I'm finding here aren't any good. So they could say, okay, we'll tell Swardens they can go back in there and recut that.
Right. But in terms of picking the site itself, is there any magic to it, or do you simply choose them reasonably at random?
Reasonably at random, but I used to always try and go to the ones that were harder to get to, like the ones that took effort to get to, because they would be the ones that would be left if there was any left.
So did you find that the contractors were more inclined not to perform the works or to perform the works to a lower standard in regions that were harder to get to?
I have found that. That's not the norm, but I have found that, yeah.
And when you actually get on site as the auditor, again, do you have a document that you use to fill in the results of your audit?
Yes.
And what do you do when you're on site?
You just take a general overview of where they've left the cuts, so to make sure a branch hasn't been cut a metre away from a leader, so that it's going to grow back with a lot of epicormic growth on it. And that'll become a danger as well in years to come, that debris hasn't been left all over the place. If you've asked, or the scoper has put down that the debris is to be chipped, and it hasn't been chipped and it's just been allowed to fall and rest where it fell. If it's, in a waterway, there's a lot of things to look for when you're on site, and if you do find a defect, you list that down and take a photo of it so that you can verify it with photographs, and then you send that away when you're finished auditing the pack.
So is the task you perform at a given line similar to the task you would have performed if you were doing the scoping job yourself, or is it quite different?
Well, the scoping job was, you would be writing down the work in detail for the cutting crew. So the scoping job, as opposed to the auditing job, when the scoping job, you're turning up there before any cutting's done, obviously, and the auditing job is the auditing job takes place after all the cutting's been done.
But in the course of that process, you look for both Tier 1 and Tier 2 defects that might have been missed.
Yeah, you could do that, yes.
You could do that, or you do that as a matter of practice?
Are you saying looking for Tier 1 and Tier 2 defects that have been missed?
Yes.
Yeah, look, if you noticed that there was a Tier 2 defect there that had been missed, you would put that in your notes, take a photograph of it, and list it yourself to be cut.
But you're not actively looking for those defects when you go through and conduct the auditing. You're focused elsewhere on, for example, how the cuts have been conducted and whether debris has been chipped in the way that it was supposed to be.
That's part of the audit for the cutting in that span. But if, for instance, again, scenario instance, you've got 3 jobs within the span to look at. One may be a wattle tree removal, and you can see about where that was. You can see the wattle tree's gone, and 2 trees that may need a leader left. But then you look down the span a little bit further, and there's a dead tree right beside the line, and it's not mentioned for cutting, and you can see it's been missed in the scope. Then I would list that tree down for removal or height reduction.
Yes, but you wouldn't, as part of the audit, walk the line in the way you would have if you were a scoper from one side to the other, looking into the forest and assessing whether Tier 2 defects, for example, had been missed.
No, because in fact you're there to audit the cuts that are there and not scope the line.
Right, so if, for example, you were scoping an area of line that was 150 metres and there were 2 jobs that had been designated down in the first 20 metres of that line, you'd look at those 2 jobs and anything you could see in that immediate vicinity if you noticed, but you wouldn't walk the line for the other 130 metres.
No, not like you would if you were scoping it, no.
Yes. And that's the way you're instructed to do the audits?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Worley, do you yourself have any particular training in either tree risk assessment or visual tree assessment?
We have had grade 5 arborists who are also employed by Essential Energy. We've been out with them and done on-site visits about what to look for. We've also had, I forget his name, a guy who was brought up from Melbourne that showed us how to inspect roots with, like we were given about a metre long metal pole that you can drive in and just check the root system out for a number of metres from the base of the tree, again sounding with an axe, and identification of the mistletoe, bracken fungus, the likes that would make a tree dangerous.
So that's...
So periodically, yes.
Sorry, I cut you off.
Periodically, we are given sort of like on-the-job training by the arborists that are employed by Essential Energy.
Okay, so...
But there's no set, 6-week course as such.
Right, and there's no assessment, for example, of the things you've learnt in the course of those interactions with the arborists?
Not as such, no.
And so you've never done a formal course in, for example, the identification of structurally unsound trees?
We've done 2 and 3 day assessments of what would make a tree unsafe.
Right, but in the same way they've been conducted by your grade 5 arborists and there's been no formal assessment process?
Not as such, no.
Do you, in your capacity as an auditor, expect that the persons conducting the scoping for the subcontractors would have any such formal training or qualifications?
Look, I can't speak. I don't know about who is employed. You could have a scoper come in from, from Queanbeyan and work in Bega for 4 or 5 days and be gone again. So I wouldn't know what their qualifications were.
Are you familiar with the vegetation management plan for Essential Energy?
Yes.
This is a document, for your honour, at tab 71C, 2361.56 is the portion I'm interested in. I'm not going to get you to go to this document yourself, Mr. Worley, but I'll just read you a portion. This is drawn from the second paragraph on the top of page 2361.56. It's page 28 of the document itself. It says...
He has it in front of him.
Oh, good. Okay, well, the second paragraph there is the one that I'm interested in, the line that starts, other than Tier 2 tree defects, and then it says in brackets, and I take this to be the definition for the purpose of this paragraph of Tier 2 defects, trees in obvious poor health or with notable defects to a trained observer. Is it the case that you are not, Mr. Worley, a formally trained observer?
Yeah, well, I suppose that depends on what you sort of...
Yes, and the scopers performing the task themselves, you wouldn't expect them to be formally trained in any way?
Well, Your Honour, I should
I don't think you can answer that question.
Okay.
He said you wouldn't know what they're qualified.
No, that's right. I apologise. I withdraw that, Your
What page was that you were quoting?
Oh, it's 2361.56, the second paragraph. I think we've... Oh, it's now on the screen for your honour's benefit.
Oh, I can't read that. Go to the paper.
The mechanic just want a flat pillow, do you?
Just ticking off all my things.
Okay, and so once again, you've got quite a lot of area to audit, Mr. Worley. There's some 130 different portions within the Vega vegetation area. Are you aware of how many spans there are?
No, I wouldn't be. No, it'd be thousands.
Thousands. Are you the only vegetation officer in the Bega area?
At present, yes.
Right, so you've got quite a lot of work to do by the sounds of it.
Yes.
Were there previously other vegetation officers back when there was a 100% audit requirement?
Yes, there were.
How many?
There were two.
Okay, so you and one other person. Was that another full-time?
No, just a tiny bit of history. I was working out of the Cooma depot with another vegetation officer up there, and there were two vegetation officers in Bega. There's now none in Cooma and one in Bega.
So no vegetation officers in Cooma and one in Bega. So you've gone from 4 in those two areas to 1, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And
then we send other people in for weeks at a time, like a week at a time or 2 weeks at a time into Cooma.
When you say other people, do you mean you? Are you sometimes expected to go to Cooma as well?
At times I do, yes.
Right. And when you're in Cooma, is anyone doing your work in Bega?
No. There are other people sent from around though. It depends on workload. So people can be sent from Albury or Goulburn or, Maruya and other areas.
Yes. So we talked a little bit before about your the 10% audit requirement. Does it sound right to you that in the Bega 1533 maintenance area between the 1st of January 2015 and the 18th of March 2018, you conducted some 11 audits in that area? Well,
In that area?
Sorry, 11 audits were conducted in that area?
By myself?
No, because I don't think he was there.
Well, so I'm just trying to work that out. There were 11 conducted in that area in that time. Are you aware of that?
No, look, I wouldn't be. I come down to Bega in, I think it was November 16, I think it was. So
Yes.
it may have been the other boys. I'm not sure. I may have done it, but like I said, like you just mentioned, we've got thousands of spans to look at, and it's pretty hard to.
Okay. So you came down in November 16, and between the 11th of December 2016 and 27 October 2017, are you aware that there were some 58 treatment tasks said to have been performed by Asplund as part of the cyclic ground-based treatments? Does that sound about right?
Look, I wouldn't know. Without my VIMS tablet here to look it up, I couldn't tell you again. There's too many spans to know how many jobs are done in each span.
And would it sound right to you to say that there were 10 audits of those 58 jobs performed?
Yes, it could sound right, yeah, like someone's done, if there's 58 tasks, 10% being 5, so they've probably gone to 10.
Do you think in circumstances where you started in November of 2016 and those inspections were conducted in the subsequent 11-month period that you might have been the person that conducted those audits?
In the V1533,
Yes.
I could have done.
So if you take it from me that there were 11 audits conducted in that area in the 3-year, 3-month period between January 2015 and March 2018, and 10 of those audits were conducted in an 11-month period, are you able to shed any light for us on why those audits might have been so heavily concentrated in that particular time frame?
Well, there could have been auditing of just the normal scope. Then they could have had aerials in, they could have had LiDAR in, they could have had re-inspections for debris left. So there's any number of reasons.
When it comes to LiDARs and aerial inspections, those inspections assess only vegetation clearance or grow-in hazards and not fall-in hazards or Tier 2 defects, don't they?
Yes, generally, yeah.
Now, when it comes to those 10 audits that I was speaking about a moment ago, each of those areas audited were subject to a cut, weren't they?
Subject to a cut?
Yeah, were they all... So the areas that you audit, they were all cut before. I withdraw that, Your Honour. In your experience as an auditor, the areas that you conduct an audit of have all been subject to a cut prior to you conducting the audit. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And so, for example, if an area has been subject to an aerial inspection by Oberon or a LiDAR scope by the NM group, it wouldn't be subject to an audit by you. Is that right?
The aerials?
Yes. So you wouldn't audit something that had just been subject to an aerial review by Oberon?
No, not until it was cut. We do have the capacity to go and audit the scope if there's time, if there's no cutting audits to do.
So those cutting audits would take priority?
Yes.
Is that because... I withdraw that, Your Honour. In relation to the LiDAR scoping, for example, if a LiDAR scope was conducted and no areas of treatment were identified, in practical terms, it's very unlikely, isn't it, that you would then conduct an audit of that LiDAR scope. Is that right?
If nothing was asked to be cut, then no, you wouldn't.
So after that scope, nothing's identified, there's no further expenditure required. Is that right?
I'm sort of struggling to see where you're going here because if LiDAR spots something that needs cutting, then it doesn't send us back reports that says there's nothing there that needs cutting. It's there to spot something that does need cutting or a fault with a pole or a cross arm or maybe something else.
So your evidence is that once an area has been scoped, you aren't given a form to say that the area doesn't need any work. You are just given a form where the scope identifies that there is work to be needed, to be done.
Yes.
So does the scoper provide the vegetation manager yourself, an annual document that sets out what has been scoped? Or do you just
No, but I'm not the vegetation manager, I'm the vegetation officer for,
right.
for the Bega area. Like I have a manager in Tumut and he has a manager in Wagga.
Well, but do you ever get a document saying we've scoped all this in the last 6 months and everything's fine?
No, that wouldn't come to me, no.
And so is the position more or less the same when it comes to the ground scoping? If, for example, a ground scope is conducted by one of the subcontractors and it's identified that no work is required to be done as a result of that scope, you wouldn't ordinarily conduct an audit to assess whether the assessment was correct.
We could do, but if they put it down as no work to be done, we would see that come up on our tablets. We could go and have a look at it if we wanted to. I have found spans before where a scoper has put down, like in between pole A and pole B, a blue cross indicating no work. And upon my inspection, this is when I used to do 100% inspections, I have found trees touching high voltage in a span where the scoper had put down no work
Yes. So now,
required.
so now that you're only doing 10%, the reality is that you just don't practically have the time to be assessing scoping work that's been conducted and hasn't resulted in cutting work. Is that right?
Yeah, it is. Now,
when it comes to the period of time you've been in the job from 2016 to the time of the fire, did you ever receive notification in that period in relation to a Tier 2 defect?
When you said time in the job from 2016, I've been in this
job. I should specify time in the job in Bega.
Yeah, okay, yep.
Did you ever receive notification of a Tier 2 defect as concerns the Bega 1533 area?
Not that I'm aware of now, no.
So what period of time is that, from November 16?
November 16 to
Until
March 2018.
Until now?
Well, I was asking about until March 2018, but I know the time, Your Honour. I only have a few more things with this witness. But.
Yeah, so I might get told by the scoper that there's Tier 2 hazard trees for me to go and look at, but I can also be rang up by members of the public and say, look, I'm really worried about this, this wattle that's died, over the past 6 months, which is, and then I'll go out and have a look at that and assess that. So there's different ways for me to become aware of hazard trees.
But wasn't your question whether he's ever been advised of a Tier 2 defect?
Yes, in the
November
particular
16.
area. Yes.
In 1533?
Yes. So I might just ask that again. So in 1533, did you receive any notifications of Tier 2 defects between the time you started at Bega in November 2016 and the time of the bushfire in March 2018?
Not to my knowledge at present, no.
Your Honour, I probably have 10 more minutes, 5 to 10. I might. So is it a convenient time?
All right. Mr. Worley, we're now going to break for the lunch and adjournment. Can we resume at 2 o'clock, please?
That's lovely.
Thank you.
We muted, mate?
Pilots, please all stand. Coroner squad is resuming.
Mr. Worley, apologies if you told me this before. Can you hear me is the first thing I should ask.
Yes, I can.
Excellent. You gave some evidence before about the changing staffing arrangements in relation to Bega and Cooma, and you indicated that Cooma had effectively gone from 2 people, or 2 vegetation officers, to nil, and Bega had gone from 2 to 1. Can you tell me when that transition occurred?
Yes, that was probably late 2018.
So it was after the time of these fires.
Yes, I think so. I think that is the time it happened, yeah. Oh, can I also add, mate, about 18 months ago, maybe 2 years ago, a lot of vegetation officers were sent to Tamworth for 3 days, and in that 3 days, that included a hazard tree or a dangerous tree inspection. What's the word I'm looking for? Assessment period.
Sorry, when was that?
A couple of years ago.
You don't remember the exact date?
No, I could find out for you, but I don't remember the exact date, no.
So, do you know why the staffing numbers at Cooma and Bega were reduced in the vegetation officer role?
No, look, we've been told that we were going to be not needed at all, so there would be no vegetation officers. That was a number of years ago, but no, look, I've got the guy above me who I report to is my senior program supervisor, a contracts manager, and people above him. So they're the ones who make the decisions in regard to those levels.
So, who's that person that you report to? What's their name?
All the time I've been around here, it was Scott Purcell, but he's now moved on, and there's a Brendan Smith from Shermits now in that role.
And do they provide you with any assistance on the ground in vegetation assessments, for example? Or are they a supervisory person?
No, they're supervisory, more management positions. They do a different role altogether.
Now, in relation to the transition from an 100% audit to a 10% audit, are you able to indicate when that transition took place?
I think I've got it in my statement. I thought I had it in there. Prior to about 2016.
Right. Well, certainly you weren't applying the 100% audit approach to the Bega v 1533 area.
No.
That is, Essential wasn't applying that approach. In
No.
the period between your engagement in November 2016 and the fire in March 2018.
No, that'd be correct.
When a LiDAR or aviation report is produced, do you receive a copy of, for example, a LiDAR scan?
No, look, that goes to a data analyst in Wagga, and maybe the contracts manager and the SPS would see it. It trickles down to us and, look, can you go and inspect these or can you go and audit these as such? But it doesn't actually come directly to us, no.
And in your experience, those instructions to audit things in response to LiDAR scans only come after a cut is performed?
As it stands now, yeah.
Well, was it any different before?
When, like, say 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when when an aerial came in, sometimes it's not an exact science. So sometimes it might be that it was judged to be within 2 metres, and when you get out to the job, it's actually 6 metres away. So it's not always an exact science with the flyovers.
And would that change correspond to the shift from 100% audit to 10% audit?
No, that's what's picked up by aerial.
Yes, but I'm asking you about the circumstances in which you were asked to conduct an audit of a LiDAR scan. You said that 5 years ago, 5 years ago, you were asked to conduct such audits from time to time, but you're no longer. I'm asking whether you stopped.
No, we only audit the cutting of them.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Can I take you now to the 19th of March 2018, that being the day after the bushfire?
Mm-hmm.
That morning you were working with Mr. Rob Sarich, is that right?
Yes.
Did you previously have any working relationship with Mr. Sarich or not?
Yes.
What was that relationship?
Robert used to be one of the vegetation officers in Bega, and he moved into an auditing role alongside veg, not directly in vegetation. So more auditing of contractors and the like.
So he didn't assist you with the auditing of vegetation?
Not at that time, no.
So there'd been a power outage at some stage in the period prior to your attendance on the 19th of March 2018?
That's correct.
And you'd been tasked with inspecting the Bega 1533 area for re-energisation, is that right?
Yeah, we call it a patrol, a line patrol. It's illegal for us to turn the power back on until we can verify every area is every part of the line is able to be re-energised, and ones that aren't, we what you call switch around them. So.
And after having conducted an earlier inspection or some earlier inspections that day, you attended the power line easement running in a northeast direction near 580 Reedy Swamp Road at about 10:45 a.m. that day?
On the Tuesday, I think that was, yeah.
That is the 19th of March 2018? Or was it?
Yeah.
The Tuesday would have been the 20th. Did you attend
Yeah.
the 19th or the 20th?
The 20th.
Now, at paragraph 26 of your statement, you say you knew immediately that the area was the cause of the power outage.
Yes.
Why was that?
Conductors were on the ground.
Okay. And you conducted an inspection of all the power lines in the easement, is that right?
Of all the power lines in the easement?
Yes.
Yeah, there's only one power line in the easement.
Only one power line still standing, or?
No, there's only one single phase line that was in the easement there.
Okay. At that time, did you mark any trees for removal?
No.
So did you conduct a further inspection of the state of the vegetation in the area of the easement?
At the time, we were sent out to see why the power had failed, so I was making notes as to what would be needed to, just so that I could ring back the depot and say, look, we're going to need, 1, 2, 3, 4 poles, we're going to need these cross arms, we're going to need insulators, we're going to need such and such. So just because I'd been 20 years as a linesman, so I was just giving the depot a bit of a heads up on what they were going to need to repair the line at the time.
Can I just clarify, you said before that you attended the easement on the 20th, that being the Tuesday. You've indicated in your statement to police at paragraph 25 that you attended on the 19th.
Oh, yeah, look, yeah, sorry, when you mentioned Rob Sarek, I went out there with Darren Basterfield and police officers to show them where the fire had been.
So that was on the 19th.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
And then, I mean, in your statement you say at paragraph 25, it was about 10:45 on 19/3/2018. I was working with Rob Sarich and our role was to patrol areas before re-energisation. Are you now suggesting that that reference to 19 March 2018 should be to 20 March 2018?
Hang on.
Do you have a copy of your statement there? It's if the police officers...
Yeah, I do, yeah.
It's at paragraph 25.
Yeah, I've got paragraph 25 here, yeah. I've been after those. That's my just on Monday that I first went to hear it. Yeah, sorry, I must have got that wrong. I apologise.
So you attended on the 19th, or are you saying that the statement's wrong or you're wrong now?
I don't know, to be honest, right now.
But it's fair to say that when you provided that statement on the 26th of March 2018, it's likely that you had a better recollection of the precise dates than you do now?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work it out in my head, go back a couple of years, because the fire was on a Sunday. And I thought we were on site on the... Yeah, look, I don't know. I'd have to go back and have a look at some records.
Does it assist... If I indicate to you that Mr. Sarich states that you attended the easement on the 19th, would that sway you in any way?
Yeah, look, that'll be right. Yeah, look, I do. It's the 19th. Sorry, I just...
No, that's okay.
It's
a long time ago. Okay. And on that day when you attended the easement, did you at any stage attend the top of the easement near where there's a property at 631 Reedy Swamp Road?
Yes, we would have done.
Do you know a man by the name of Daniel Somerville?
I don't know Daniel Somerville, no. Like I could not pick him out in a lineup if I was asked to.
Are you known, to your knowledge, by the name Ziggy?
Yes.
Right. So you don't know Mr. Somerville, but is it possible that you had a conversation with him on that day?
It is possible. We had conversations with many people on that day.
And is it possible that during the course of that conversation you said words to the effect of, I put in an assessment about these power lines about 18 months ago and nothing got done about it?
Not in that context, not to him, no. I had told Essential Energy of my of an impending fire situation, but not about those power lines. The one I was talking about was in a different area, an area that was 7 or 8 kilometres as the crow flies to the north at Murray's Flat.
Yes. And at paragraph 7 of your second statement, you've indicated that you never conducted any work within the easement nor submitted any assessments relating to the easement or concerns regarding vegetation management in the easement. Is that right?
That is true.
Are you aware of any work done in the easement after the fire?
In the easement after the fire?
Yes.
Yes.
What was done?
There was consultation for a couple of days with different people on the best way to go about reducing the risk of further trees falling, because as you can well imagine, the area was completely burnt. There were some stages, there were trees that were severely burnt. There were trees that were looking like they were going to fall, and eventually it was decided to bring a tree felling bulldozer in and basically clear fell the whole area of any tree that could fall and harm the mains infrastructure or any linesman rebuilding the line.
So to reduce the risk of reoccurrence, the easement was significantly widened. Is that a fair summary of what happened?
I wouldn't call it an easement widening. I would call it a total removal of all affected trees. The easement will, the regrowth will come back and it will be maintained at whatever the VMCR is for that easement.
Just one last question, Mr. Worley, and it's hopefully a simple one, but who was the other vegetation officer in, well, you were in Bega. When you were in Bega, when you arrived in Bega, who was the other vegetation officer?
The other vegetation officer was Mick Atwell.
And do you know when he left?
He retired about 2 months after I arrived.
Was he replaced?
No.
So from early 2017, it was just you on the job?
Yes.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Mr. Worley.
Thank you very much.
All right, you've got some other people who might want to ask you some questions, Mr. Worley. Mr. Goodman?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
All right. Ms. Johnston, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Mr. Waiardi?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Newton's not there. Is he going to ask any questions? Do you know?
Your Honour, it's Ms Cook for Forestry. Mr
Thanks.
Newton's just outside. I don't anticipate he would have any questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions, Mr. Smith?
I do. I'm going to break a habit, Your Honour. I have some questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Mr. Worley, can I ask, first of all, can you see me and hear me clearly?
I can, yes.
Yes, thank you. I have some questions for you. I thought I heard you tell my colleague just a moment ago that before you were a vegetation officer, you were a linesman for 20 years.
Yeah, yes. So I'll break that down for you. I did 9 years with one company. I left, come back and did 2 years at Bulahdelah, 2 years in Coffs Harbour, and then 6 years in Griffith. So all up 20 years, yeah.
So am I right to think that you've been in the electricity industry probably for your entire full-time working career?
But for 7 years in a family hotel that I managed.
Oh, I see. But you'd agree with me that you're an electrical services employee of very long standing?
Yes, sir, I am, yeah.
Yes, thank you. In 2009, you've told Her Honour that you moved from Cooma and you changed focus from lines to vegetation management. That's right, is it?
Yes.
Yes, and you've said in your statement that in August 2016 you moved from Cooma to Bega, but I heard you tell my colleague a few times that in fact that was in November 2016. Could you clarify that, please?
I got the job in Bega, but I was travelling down, still living up the mountains. I'd travel down here, stay during the week, and go back to Cooma, and then I moved down here permanently in the December, I think, of that year.
Right, but looking away from your personal accommodation situation, you were actually doing the Bega job from August 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And so on my arithmetic on your statement, you've been employed by your current employer for 14 years?
At the time, yes.
Yes, so that'd be 16 years now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And you've been in vegetation management since 2009, so that would be around about 11 years now?
Yes.
So, Mr. Worley, would you agree with me that given all that background, you've got a fairly good general knowledge of challenges facing the electricity distribution and transmission industry?
Yes, I would say that, yeah.
And so you'd have to agree with me that you have a good knowledge of risks that might be faced by transmission infrastructure being in the landscape?
Yes,
Are you aware of the Black Saturday fires that occurred in Victoria in 2009?
yes, I am.
Are you aware of what the cause of them was?
Yes.
Could you tell the court?
I think there were a number of fires, and it was 3 out of 5 or 5 out of 7 were started by clashes with electrical mains, trees.
Yes, and would you agree with me that the cause was the downing of spans, so of lines?
Well, you want to... A friend should specify whether, in asking questions about what the cause was, whether he's saying the cause as found by any particular investigation into the...
So I take the point, I'll rephrase it. Thank you. Mr. Worley, I'm aware that you're not a Victorian and that you didn't investigate any of these fires, but I'm just asking generally, as a person experienced in the industry, about your general knowledge. You're aware, as a matter of your own general knowledge, that the general understanding in the industry and in your own head is that the Victorian 2009 fires were caused by electricity lines coming down.
As I believe it, yes.
Yes, thank you. In that context, sir, would you agree with me that a major purpose of vegetation management in which you're engaged is to stop electricity infrastructure from starting fires resulting from vegetation coming into contact with electrical infrastructure?
In my role as a vegetation officer, not in vegetation management, that's left to our managers, but that is why we try and maintain, or why we try and maintain these power lines to correct clearances.
Yeah, sorry, I understand I put that in a fairly long-winded way. Can I put it in a better way? The whole point of what you do is to keep the network safe, and one way that you do that is by keeping vegetation out of the way.
Yes, that is correct, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And are you aware of the legal obligations that underlie Essentials vegetation management program?
What are they? Could you describe them?
No, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but if I could just ask you to answer my question, are you aware of the legal obligations? Are you aware that
about keeping stuff clear?
About Essentials obligations as a network operator? Do you know about those in general terms?
I'd say our management would, and they'll filter through to us.
Yep, thank you. Would you be surprised to hear, sir, that there is an obligation on a network operator to take reasonable steps to ensure that a network operates safely?
No, that sounds correct.
Yep, thank you. Would you be surprised to hear that there's a legal obligation on a network operator like your employer to have a system of documents in place to make sure that there's a safe operation, to make sure that safe operation occurs?
Yes.
That accords with your experience of the way that you've been directed to do your work, and you understand your employer's gone about doing its work?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to test your patience now by taking you back to some documents that my colleague took you to earlier. The purpose is to ask you some questions about Tier 2 and what your understanding there is. Could I ask, please, I'm not sure if this is easily brought up on screen or whether it's easy to ask you to look at paper. Have you got a detective there with you?
I do have.
Yes. I'd like the witness to be shown page 5325 in Her Honour's brief.
What goal? Yeah.
Sorry, officer, would you just bear with me?
Yeah.
I got the number right, 5325. Sorry, officer, stand down. I'll ask Mr. Martin if he could please bring that up on the screen.
Two different documents.
So what's he looking for, the witness?
He's not looking for anything. Thank you, officer. I'm sorry for the confusion. I'm asking for that to be brought up on screen. Yeah, thank you.
That'll be their screen.
Thank you.
You've got.
Now, Mr. Worley, can you still hear me?
I can.
Great, thank you. Before I ask you to have a look at this, could I just put this to you? Was I correct to understand that what you told Your Honour before was that your understanding of a Tier 1 defect is, in summary, something that might grow into a line?
That's one of the, that's one of what a tier defect could be, yes.
Is it one of a Tier 1 defect?
Yeah, that's part of what the tier 1 defect is.
Okay,
It could grow into.
No, thank you. You've said that that's part of what it is, so perhaps if you could just clarify, what is a Tier 1 defect in your understanding as a whole?
Well, it's anything under, beside or overhanging the line. Like anything overhanging could break off and drop onto the line as a tier 1. So tier 1 defects being what I've explained.
Yep, thank you. And a Tier 2 defect then, as you've explained to Her Honour, is a dead or dying defect. That's the first part of what a Tier 2 defect is that correct?
Yes.
But as you told my colleague, there's another aspect to a Tier 2 defect, which is that the problematic tree must not be only dead, it must also be likely to cause a problem. Is that fair to say?
In the majority of cases, yes.
Yes, thank you. So could I ask you please to have a look at what's been brought up on the screen there? Can you just please, just in your own head, there's no need to read it out to the court, but can you refresh your memory as to what Tier 2 defect is defined at in that extract?
Yeah, but earlier on you said, just in 30 seconds ago, you said a dead tree, yes. But I've also said it doesn't have to be completely dead.
Yes.
It can be dying, covered in mistletoe. It can be like covered in bracken fungus or full of termites. That doesn't mean it's dead. It says they're dead, yep. Dying or structurally unsound. And that's what I noted earlier.
Sorry to interrupt you. Had I cut you off?
No, you're fine.
Thank you. But when you mention matters like fungus and mistletoe, that's covered by the term structurally unsound in the definition that's in front of you on the screen now, is it?
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. So when you look at the definition that you've been shown now, that's in front of you on the screen, that accords with your own working everyday understanding of what a Tier 2 defect is, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And when this extract says dead, dying, or structurally unsound, your indication to my colleague before was that that's really an evaluative judgment by the person looking for the Tier 2 defect. I think sorry, that was a bit unclear. I think you put it to Her Honour that it was a situation, not a scenario.
Yeah, it's all relative. Like, it depends what you find when you get into a span and start looking.
Precisely so. So you're telling the court that this is your guiding principle, but the way it's applied is on a case-by-case basis. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to ask you this, and I'm going to try to do it without having to take you to the document, just because of the difficulty. But my colleague took you before to ICCS 3 at page 2361.128. There's a distinction that my friend sought to take you to, which is that there is a dead, dying, and appearing structurally unsound tree. The difference that I understood my friend was seeking to highlight with you was that one document says dead, dying or structurally unsound, and the other document says dead, dying and structurally unsound. Would you agree with me, sir, that despite the slight difference in wording, those two standards are the same thing once they're applied to a given situation?
I think they're very close, the word and or. I mean, if, put colloquially, if the tree is knackered, it's knackered.
Well, I don't need to trouble you about the precise wording anymore. I think I've got the point I need. Thank you. Yeah, so you were discussing with my colleague before that the fact of a given tree being hazardous is not an additional layer that one needs to identify after one has identified it's dead. It's just something that you identify in the course of looking at a particular tree, so determining in your terms whether it's knackered or not.
Well, a tree may be within, 15 metres of a power line, but if it's leaning at 45-degree angle away from the line on the easterly side, I wouldn't refer that as a tree that needed any work, because it's the weight, gravity says it won't fall anywhere near the line.
Yeah.
Can you understand that? That's what I mean about on-site assessments at the time.
Absolutely, I can understand it quite well. Thank you. Don't take my repetitions as in any way critical. I do understand what you say, but would you agree with me, given that it's a case-by-case assessment that you're undertaking, or that your company is undertaking, that it's important to have very competent, switched-on people doing this kind of assessments?
Competent, switched on, yes, but how are you defining competent, switched on as against, say, like technically trained sort of thing?
Yeah, no, it's an excellent response. Let me ask you another way. You need people who know what they're looking at to be undertaking this work.
Precisely.
And you need people who actually are looking at what they're supposed to be looking at as well, don't you?
Yes.
So if you're performing a case-by-case exercise like you've been describing, it's important that you actively, positively look at the tree rather than just trying to apply a mechanistic exercise of applying these terms that one sees in the definition that I've given to you.
Yeah, I've had contractors ring me and say, look, we're cutting a tree here, or, and the tree next door is fine from the ground, but the head's all rotten and it's about to fall from, 30 foot above. And unless you had a drone, there's no way to see that sort of thing.
Yes.
So that's another way that, case by case, you need to look at everything on its own merits.
Yeah, so it's quite an intensive exercise what you're being asked to do when you're looking for a tier 2 tree.
It can be, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I want to ask you now about the evolving role that you've described that you've had over your time at Essential. In your statement, you explain what the position was before 2015. This is in paragraph 6. And this was before Asplund entered the scene. You described that your day-to-day job would be scoping for power lines and trimming and remediation. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were doing the scoping yourself at that stage?
Yes.
And you were doing the remediation as well?
By remediation, you mean the cutting?
Yes.
No, we've never done cutting, no.
So who would do that in the pre-2015 setup?
Whatever contractor was given the job at the time.
All right, thank you. So it's not the cutting that's changed, it's the scoping that's changed as between pre-2015 and 2015, is it?
Yeah, that's correct. They went to a different contracts base, and we used to use a company based in Pandula to cut down this way, and then when new contracts were called for, it was Asplund Tree Services who were successful in their bid for the contracts in this area, Bega. They all were also given in and around our area, Cooma and Jindabyne as well.
Yeah, thank you. And just going back to what your role in the pre-2015 setup was, you also personally dealt with customers affected by vegetation management activities?
Yes.
And could you give Her Honour an example of what that would involve?
It might mean going on to a property and discussing with the owner of the property trees if they needed removal, explaining why they needed removal, access issues, what was to be done with debris. Some people, majority, want it taken away. Some want it left there so they can use it as firewood when it dries out. So there's just a myriad of reasons to go and speak with people.
Yep.
Some people have got organic properties, so you can't have vegetation poisoned on their properties, all that sort of stuff.
Yes, thank you. And I guess what you've just been describing covers off what you mean when you say you would respond to customer and landholder concerns around vegetation management. That's the kind of
Yeah, that's correct.
you're describing. Thank you. And you also...
Sort of like...
sorry, could you just repeat that, sir? We lost you for a sec.
Oh, it's sort of like a liaison officer between Essential Energy, say, or Country Energy back in the day, and the contractors, the go-between sort of thing, to line jobs up and gain consent and access to the properties, and like maybe, please have them ring before you come onto the property because we'd like to move horses, or we've got ewes lambing or something like that. So can it be done, during the school holidays, or I'd like to be there when it's being done.
Yes, thank you. And the other aspect... Sorry.
I was just saying any number of issues. I'm just trying to come up with a few.
Yes, thank you. That is helpful. And the other aspect of your role in the pre-2015 setup was that you conducted site safety audits for trimming contractors. That's right, is it?
Yes, it is.
And so that was in effect, or in essence, to make sure that the work was being done correctly and safely.
Site safety is, observation, but also to make sure that their qualifications are in date and all the materials they're using are within compliance.
Yes, thank you. Now, all this changed in 2015, as you described to my colleague. My note of what you said is that in 2015, all the scoping was put out to contract. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Thank you. And so the effect of that is that under the post-2015 model, Essential no longer scopes. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Sorry, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
It no longer deals with customers or stakeholders directly on a day-to-day basis?
Not in terms of the scope, but when we got a customer complaint, we would go and deal with customers then.
Could you just pause a
but
bit?
It was aside from the scope.
Would you mind pausing just a moment?
I know that the officer is multi-skilling, but we just need to keep the background noise to a minimum, please.
Thank you, Your Honour. Thank you, Mr. Woolley. And so the effect of the evidence that you gave my colleague this morning, or you gave Her Honour through my colleague this morning, is that now in the post-2015 setup, you're now no longer, Essential Energy is no longer dealing with scoping day to day, but you might be called in on an ad hoc basis you described.
Yes, that's correct.
And the example you gave was somebody has a wattle tree that's died. That wouldn't be part of your regular scheduled works, but somebody might be concerned and they'll just call you up and you'll deal with that.
Yeah, they might ring like 13, 20, 80, our emergency number. They'll log a job, say, look, I'm concerned about this tree, or, whatever it may be, and we'll go and look at that as a customer complaint on Essential Energy's side, yes.
Yeah, but just speaking colloquially, Essential has got rid of the day-to-day scoping work, even if it still does some of the emergency work that arises ad hoc. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. And I think your answers to these questions are fairly clear, but let me just ask them anyway. You're responsible that for the VBEGA 1533 zone, that Asplund has taken responsibility for scoping under the 2015 contract?
Can you describe a bit better when you say I'm responsible for it?
Oh, no, I never said you were responsible for it. Sorry, I must have mumbled. Let me repeat the question. Are you aware that Asplund is your employer's contractor for Bega 1533?
Yes, I am.
Yes. And you're aware also that Pinnacle has a role?
Yes, I do. Pinnacle Arbor Pro are responsible for the scoping, but that could be, Asplund could scope it at the same time.
Because the setup, as far as you understand it, is that Pinnacle is a subcontractor of Asplund.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you. And as you say in paragraph 14 of your statement, Asplund is paid a retainer to do the initial cut and clearance in accordance with the common requirement, which is the document that I took you to before.
Yes,
And then they have an obligation to maintain it on an ongoing basis.
that's correct, yes.
And in exchange for that, they're given a monthly payment, or they're paid a monthly payment.
Yes, as I understand it, yes.
Yeah, so I should clarify, I'm just asking your understanding. And your understanding is that the expectation is that on that commercial footing and on the basis of those expectations, the expectation on Asplund is that it should keep given areas that it's responsible for up to common requirement standard on a cyclical basis.
Yes, that's correct. When they first took over the contract, they did what was called an initial cut of the whole area, and then their retainer cut in whatever that was to scope it and keep it up to maintenance. So the initial overall cut to get everything right, and then a maintenance cut, if you like.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Worley, what are rangefinder binoculars?
They're an instrument we use to tell you how far something is away or how far it is between a conductor and a tree, or they've got different settings on them. So if you're within a span and you're at, say, pole A and you want to check how far pole B is away, it is on our computers. But if you wanted to test it yourself, you can just put the rangefinder on there and it'll tell you within a couple of centimetres how far it is away.
Yes, great. To your understanding, are Asplund required to use rangefinder binoculars performing their duties under the contract?
I don't know. I don't know about their part of it. I just know that we were given them 12 or 18 months ago.
And would you regard it as prudent practice to use rangefinder binoculars when you're needing to understand measurements between poles, for example, and trees?
Yes.
And you'd be surprised if they weren't being used in the field, would you?
Yeah, I probably would be, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask you some questions now about how the data comes back up to Essential Energy from observations that are made in the field? You indicate in your statement, and can I just make sure this is a correct understanding, that once a Tier 2 hazard tree is identified, the scopers will feed that observation into VIMS, which is the Vegetation Intelligence Management System.
Yes, we can see it on our management system, but we've got data analysts and all that sort of stuff who take this work and collate it and then send it on to me. So it doesn't come to me as such,
Yeah.
firsthand.
Well, that's a fair point. Do you understand how the IT setup works to feed this information up to you, or is that a bit out of your area of expertise?
It's a little bit out of my area.
But you've spoken about it in your statement.
Well, I have a basic understanding of it.
Yeah, I understand. So it's fed up into VIMS, and VIMS collects the information that's then synced onto your system from a program or a platform called Collector that Asplund operates. Is that correct?
Yes, Asplund operate Collector, yes.
Yep. And then VIMS goes through the data analysis process that you've just mentioned to Her Honour, and a job is flagged for completion if there's a Tier 2 defect?
Yes, it can be flagged for completion, but they usually issue a DSA, which is a discretionary service, with a quote for the job, and I go out and look at the job and we price it and go from there.
Yeah, so I'm not as familiar as you are with the acronyms, but can I just understand that they they put through the IT system, in effect, a note to you that says, look, we think we found this tree and this is how much it's going to cost for us to fix it.
Yeah,
And then you see that, and you told my colleague that you have a think about whether it seems, you go and have a look yourself, you see whether the quote that they've given seems reasonable,
yes.
and then you trim the quote back if it's not so reasonable.
I either endorse or don't endorse the quote. It could be, for example, it could be 8 hours to remove a tree and 6 hours to reduce the tree to chip. But if the farmer wants to keep the tree for firewood, then there's no use in spending the money to chip it. So I would not endorse that job.
Yeah, I understand. But so you consider whether or not to endorse it, and then you do or don't. And in a circumstance where you do, you then leave it to Asplund to perform that work that they've asked to perform?
Yes.
And then I suggest to you that you simply trust them to perform that work because you think they're going to, and they're going to do it to an adequate standard. Is that right?
Yes, on the depending on yes, whether it's done with cherry pickers or climbers or excavators, depending on what they determine to do the job with.
Yep. But then
But it may have an order to go out and sign off. So when the hazard tree inspection form is completed, they take a photo of the tree before, they take a photo of the tree after, and that's done on their inspection. And then I go and audit it.
Well, you go and audit it approximately 10% of the time is the way the system's designed, isn't it?
That's on the normal scoping of tier ones.
So is this audits for tier 1 different to tier 2
Yeah.
audits?
I like to go and look at all hazard trees that are cut,
When you say
discretionary hazard trees.
so hazard trees being tier 2.
Tier 2 trees.
Yes.
All right, so you audit about 10% of tier 1s and audit all of your tier 2.
Yes, and all hazard trees have to be all audited by the contractors, the tier 2s.
Via the contractor, what do you mean? What do you mean, sorry?
The contractors go out and have a look at them and sign them off to say, yes, they have been cut. And then I'll go out and have a look at them as well to sign them off.
Right, so
They go and look at them and say, yes, this has been cut, this is ready to be audited.
All right, so the subcontractor, like Pinnacle, might do the cut. Asplund?
No.
No, okay.
No, Asplund do all the cutting.
So Asplund does the cutting and the auditing, a self-audit, and then you go and audit it.
Yes.
And that's just for tier 2 trees.
Yes. Well, they also audit, they do a percentage audit of tier 1 trees as well.
So if you do a 10% audit of tier 1, what percentage do they do?
I think they're at 25%.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Smythe.
Not at all. Thank you for that, Mr. Worley. So what you've just been discussing with Her Honour is the position it's the situation in relation to tier 2 trees.
Yes.
But you agree with me though that it's about a 10% that a contractor is on risk as to about 10% of being audited in relation to tier 1 trees.
Yes, like I said, I can elevate that. If I was to go out and look at a job where there's, just say for instance, again, there's 20 jobs in a pack, and the first 2 jobs I look at are either not cut or not cut to clearance, then I would go and look at another 2 or 3, and then by that stage, if I find 25% are not right in a pack, that's when I would hand it to the senior program supervisor, and he would order them back to rescope or recut the entire pack.
So you've got a baseline, tell me if this is right, you've got a baseline of 10%, But if you
Yes.
if you start noticing problems, then it's open to you to say, well, look, this is perhaps not up to spec. I'm going to put the percentage of audit up.
Yes, yeah.
Now, you told my colleague earlier that in 2016 there was a change going from 100% audit for Tier 1 defects down to the 10% system that you've just been discussing with me.
Yes.
What was your understanding of the reason for that change?
To my knowledge, expediency to speed things up, I think. It was a change that I did not agree with,
Why not?
because I couldn't guarantee that if I was looking at a pack that had 100 cuts in it, if I'd looked at 95, I couldn't guarantee in those last 5 there wasn't going to be 2 that were burning.
That were what? Sorry, what was the last word?
That were within clearance or a danger to the line.
So did you make it known that you didn't agree with the change that was taken in 2016?
Yes.
How did you do that, sir?
I put it vocally at meetings, and I put it in an email to the then second in charge senior program supervisor at the time, who was based in Tumut.
And can you remind us the name of that person?
Dion Manning.
And can you, I know it's a bit difficult because it's so long ago, but can you give us an approximate date for that email? Just the month perhaps, or the quarter?
Yeah, look, the later part of, excuse me for a minute.
So it's not a test, just take your time.
The later part of 2016, I think.
Thank you. So you've said that you didn't agree with this change, and you made that plain at the time.
Yeah.
Has your view of the wisdom of the move changed since the system's come in?
No.
So you're still pretty uncomfortable with this setup, are you?
Oh, look, it's not for me to be, uncomfortable or not. It's a directive, so it's done. Again, I'll use the figure of 100. But if I was to look at 10% or 20% or 30%, and you did your way up to 70%, and then you drove away saying, no, that line's compliant, how do you know, in the next 3 jobs there wasn't going to be one that could have potentially brought the line down?
Absolutely. I want to ask you some more questions about the audit system now, if I might. We've been discussing up to now the fairly slick electronic system that's described in your written statement. Am I right to think that system has only been in place since March 2018?
What are you referring to there, mate? Sorry, the reclosure system?
No, I'm talking about the system of VIMS that has collector underlying it, and all the data's fed in and synced up. And the suggestion I was making to you that's only been the case since about 2018.
Probably 2016, I think. 16 or 15 when we got the first VIMS tablets.
And when you first got the VIMS tablets, is that still the system that you're using now?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Sorry, that wasn't very clear of me. Have there been any IT systemic style refinements to that system?
No, that's basically the way it is still, because there was no need to upload what was on collector before then, because we were doing the scoping ourselves.
Yeah, I understand. And so before that, was the system used that the scoper who identified a tier 2 defect would fill out a physical paper carbon copy of, a physical sheet that had a carbon copy behind it, indicating that there was a tier 2 problem that had been found in the field? If you can't remember, then just say you can't remember. It's no criticism of you.
No, the tier one, I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, all right. So
The
you,
tier one and tier two defects were brought in with the new contracts that were issued after 2015.
yeah. You've indicated your own discomfort with the 10% auditing system. Were you aware of concerns that were being expressed amongst your employers' officers or any contract officers around Bega about potential tier 2 trees being missed or not picked up on?
Was I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen spans where they haven't picked up tier two defects, yes.
Can you, again, it's not a memory test, but can you pinpoint any of those examples for Her Honour?
Look, it's, I've seen areas where tier two defects were identified. I'd been told they'd been cut, I'd gone out to audit them, and they're still standing there.
Right. So, just so that I understand clearly, the information that was fed up through the IT system... Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thanks. The information that was fed up through the IT system would have you understand that a tier 2 defect had been identified, ticked off by you as a job that should be done, and then ticked off in the system?
No, this is after 2016, after we stopped scoping for the tier twos. After 2016 when the contractors took over the scoping.
And so your experience that you were just describing to me, or to Her Honour through me, was that you can think of an occasion where you had understood from the system that a tier 2 defect had been taken care of, and then when you went to the field it had not been taken care of?
Yes.
And was that a one-off?
No.
How many times would it have happened, say in a given 6-month period?
Multiple.
When you say multiple, would it be 5 or 15 or just give us a round figure again? It's not a test.
10.
Right. So that's one type of error that might arise. Did you ever see an error where a tree that you yourself saw when you were in the field that should have been marked as a tier 2 defect had not been so marked?
Yeah, I have seen that on a fair few occasions.
And I'm sorry to be like a terrier, but when you say a fair few, how many in round figures? Again,
I don't know, but I've taken photos of them and sent through photos saying, they've missed this hazard tree in the span, again, on multiple occasions.
Yeah. And would you have discussions with the scopers about the unsatisfactory nature of that work?
No, that was up to people above me to do that, to contracts managers, to senior program supervisors, those sort of people.
Okay. All right.
We were told to not liaison so much with the contractors.
So it'd be for you to flag that there was an issue, but then it was up to somebody else in the organisation to take it up with the contractor, is it?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to ask you some questions about the way in which you approach the data. You know, don't you, that the span that we're discussing and much of the vegetation around your area of responsibility is dry sclerophyll forest?
Yes.
Yes, and you know that there's a bit of a race for survival for trees in dry sclerophyll forest, isn't there? Sorry, that
well,
might have been a bit obscure. Let me put it again. Trees die all the time in sclerophyll forest, don't they?
well, I'm not up on that enough to comment on that.
All right. Was there any functionality in the system that would show you globally over, for example, a particular area or a particular part of the state, how many tier 2 defects had been detected within a given period? Could you plug those parameters into the system and analyse the data in that way?
No, that wasn't something we did. Again, your data analysts from Wagga would be able to show you that. After an area was scoped, after 2016, I would see on my VIMs if they put trees in for removal, or I could see what had been put there by the scopers then, but the data analysts statewide would be on that sort of data.
But you couldn't take a bird's eye view, for example, of how many tier 2 defects had been identified in a given area?
What given area are you talking about? Within the Bega area?
Well, for the Bega area, for example, I'm really more asking about the system rather than the area itself. Did the system that you were... Sorry, I'll cut you off.
No, I didn't delve that deep into the data. My work was more what was come for me for auditing purposes.
Okay, thank you. Now, you told my colleague before that there were no tier 2 hazard trees reported to you in the V1355 between 2016, which I understand to be August 2016 when you started the job, and the time of the fire. Is that right?
That's what I believe, yes.
Yeah. And was that surprising to you, that there were just no tier 2 defects being found in this whole area?
Again, I'd never scoped the Bega area because I got down here after the contracts for scoping were given in 2016 or 2015-16. So I didn't scope the Bega area, but no.
Sorry, when you say no, you are saying you were surprised or you were not surprised?
No, I'm not surprised because, we don't know every section of forest and what trees are prone to die back in every little area. There's too much forest down here.
All right, well, you wouldn't have been aware of it from the data that you were looking at day to day, but taking a step back from it now, given what you know about the V1355, sitting here today, do you feel surprised that there were... Sorry? Oh, I beg your pardon. I've been saying 1355, but I mean 1533. Sorry, just bear with us, Mr. Worley. Have I made a mistake, or have you? On this? 1533. I'm sorry. I'll ask you that question again, Mr. Worley. I've been told that I've made a mistake. I was talking about the V1533, which is the area that has this line that's in issue in this inquiry in it.
I knew what you meant, mate. That's all right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the witness knew what I meant.
I think we all knew what you meant.
Yes, thank you. All right, so sorry, you might have already answered this and I was distracted, but you were surprised or you were not surprised that you didn't find any tier 2 defects?
No, mate, look, I don't look at every area and see how many hazard trees are reported in that area. So I'm surprised there weren't more in there. So no, the answer to that would be no. I wasn't either surprised nor was I surprised.
All right, so taking a step back from it all now, and looking at it at a remove that you wouldn't necessarily look at it day to day, are you surprised that this area didn't have any tier 2 defects between August 2016 and now?
I'm neither surprised or unsurprised, mate. It's if they're there, they're scoped. If they're not there, they're not scoped. If they're there, they should be scoped. If they're not there, they won't be scoped.
That sounds like it is what it is.
Yeah, and so be it. Would you, so just excuse me for a moment. I want to make some suggestions to you, sir, about some matters that we expect Her Honour will hear from another witness. And I'm just going to ask you to give your reactions to the propositions that I put to you, if that's all right. Do you agree with me that there was an increased focus from January 2018 by Essential on the identification and management of hazardous trees?
Yes.
And why was there that increased focus?
There was a program put together called the Hazard Tree Program where we went and scoped spans, Essential Energy personnel scoped them for dead, dying or trees that we thought would be hazardous, tier 2 trees.
So Essential Energy did its own scoping from January 2018, did it?
For hazard trees?
Despite the fact of the existence of the 2015 contract?
Yes.
And sorry, I might be asking you to repeat yourself, but it did that because of a concern it had, did it?
I would imagine so.
Well, I'm just asking to your own knowledge. Can you tell, Her Honour, to your own knowledge, what the nature of the concern was?
I don't know, to be honest, what the thinking was from a management point of view, that they decided to throw their own scopers back into it.
All right, so you don't know why, it's not in your bailiwick to know why, but you certainly agree with me, do you, that there was an increased focus on hazard trees from January 2018?
Yes.
And
In what district? Was it in a particular district?
It was Bega, Maruya, Jindabyne, Bombala, Cooma.
And was that because of dieback?
That was one of the reasons.
Thank you.
yeah, sorry, I don't want to cut across, Your Honour. If I suggested to you, sir, that might have been because of the result of an independent tribunal's decision, would you know about that?
I object. The witness has already said he doesn't know the reason for why.
Your Honour, can I, whilst there's a break in play, so to speak, to raise one matter, I was rather hopeful of calling Ms Cassandra Dixon, who's unavailable tomorrow and Monday, in relation to her recently served statement that was distributed this morning. I'm just wondering if I can inquire of Your Honour through of my learned friend how much longer he might be and how long Mr Cheney might be in examination. My examination of Ms Dixon won't be particularly long.
Do you want to interpose?
If it's not disruptive to either Mr Smythe or Mr Cheney, it may be a possibility.
Mr Smythe, Mr Cheney, is a better use of time to interpose a witness and ask Mr Worley to come back tomorrow?
I'm not sure how Mr Worley's placed tomorrow, Your Honour. I know it was a bit of a struggle to get him organised today, but I'm not sure what the position is.
Excuse me, Your Honour.
Yes.
Yes, Detective Gray here. Miss Dixon's actually not here yet because she's. I've just put her back because of the queue.
Yeah.
And yeah, I understand that she's not available tomorrow or Monday. She's around. If I can call her and see if she can come here.
Okay. How are you placed tomorrow morning, Mr Worley?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Your Honour.
Well, we'll keep going. Officer, could you ask Ms Dickinson to attend, and we'll stop with Mr Worley when she arrives?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll then resume Mr Worley tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and
Okay.
in answer to my friend's question, Your Honour, I'm cracking through as quick as I can. I hope to finish before the new witness. So just before that discussion, sir, my colleague was taking an objection to a question I asked on the basis that you'd already said you didn't know. That's a fair point. Can I just be clear? You don't know why there was an increased focus on tier 2 trees from January 2018, but you know there was.
Oh, look, mate, I know there was, and I was actually with myself. We were asked to identify areas that to go and scope to look at first. So the highest priority areas, put them down, and we colour coded them. Sort of P1 areas were first, then P2s, and then we colour coded areas down that we would go and look at first for. We did that for the Bega, Bombala, Cooma and Jindabyne areas.
Yeah. Okay, look, I'm not going to take that any further, given the time restrictions. Can I ask you some questions about this easement now? You were discussing with my colleague before that you visited this easement on either the 19th or the 20th of March, so immediately after.
Yeah, the 19th it was, mate, sorry.
The 19th, thank you. Can I ask you just to, I've got a photo for you, but let's just see what your memory is. You remember looking at this easement, do you? You've got an independent recollection of that?
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that it was quite dense bushland on each side?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the slope, either up or down, depending on how you were looking at it, was fairly steep?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so there wasn't.
Sorry?
No, I didn't say anything. So it was a fairly steep, fairly bushy easement, you tell Her Honour?
Yes, it was.
And there was a vehicle track up there?
There was.
Right, so can I tell you that another witness we expect Her Honour to say, to Her Honour that this is a scoper, that it depended on the job, but he would sometimes walk and sometimes drive a given area that he was supposed to be inspecting. That sounds reasonable, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
And you told my colleague before that whether you walked or whether you drove would depend upon the particular circumstances of the job?
Yes, it would. If it was really thin or negligible vegetation, you would drive it and stop the car every so often, get out. And if it was really thick, you'd park up somewhere and walk a certain distance, walk up the other way, go back to your car and then go through. But just as long as you got a good look at the whole span.
So would you agree with me that given the thickness of the vegetation here and the steepness of the hill, this is probably, well, is this a span that you would walk rather than drive?
You would have to walk a greater part of it, yes.
Yeah. And you were discussing what you described as being able to be done with an axe to trees that you might think are problematic. Can I suggest to you that what you were describing there is called sounding?
Sounding, yes.
And you're hitting a bit of a tree, or you're hitting the trunk of the tree so that you can hear what sound it makes, and you might hear a bright ring, for example, for solid wood, and you might hear a hollow sound for something that's hollow, and you'll hear a sort of dull thud if there's a rot in the tree. Is that roughly correct?
That's correct, yes.
You'd struggle to do that from a car, wouldn't you?
You would.
Yeah, so you would agree with me that you would be surprised to hear that somebody was purporting to do an inspection of the span that we're discussing only from a car?
Yeah, you couldn't do it only from a car.
Thank you. But tell me if this is right or not. The guidelines that your scopers are obliged to follow don't actually make any specification of whether a particular job or a particular type of job should be a walked job or a driven job. That's left up to the particular scoper and the particular job, isn't it?
I don't know what's in the contract for the scopers, to be honest. We're not privy to that. So I just, on a personal basis, I'd walk the span.
Yeah, I take your point. Sorry, I put that in a slightly clumsy way. Your understanding of the way that these things work in the real world is that it's up to a scoper to determine whether she or he wants to walk the span or drive it. There's no hard and fast rule.
Yeah, it sort of depends too on, I believe, on whether you're local or not. If you're local, you seem to take more care with it because it's your patch, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean, but you'd agree with me that you would be relying on the scoper to make a sensible decision about whether a given inspection area was appropriate to be walked or to be driven.
Absolutely, you would.
Yeah, thank you. I've got in my notes here, sir, to ask you some questions about training standards, but before Mr Cheney gets up, can I just ask this? Are you privy to what training standards for tree scopers and inspectors are under consideration by Essential?
No, I'm not. Again, that would be for the contract managers to work out, mate.
Yep. All right, thank you. In that case, I can go even faster. Can I tell you about the evidence of another witness from whom Her Honour is going to hear later in this inquiry? This is Mr Norman, Your Honour, the consultant arborist. He's going to tell Her Honour about a particular tree towards the top of this easement, tree 4, Your Honour, and his evidence is expected to be as follows. I'm going to give you some qualities, and if you could just tell Her Honour what these mean, because they're in technical language. This is a tree, the witness will say, that had browned and desiccated leaves. What does that mean?
Or just dead leaves, that there was a dying tree, dead tree.
Yep, thank you. The witness will say that there's a loss of light foliage and light branches, and that the tree was stag-headed. What does that mean?
The loss of branches, it's just the crown starting to die. There's minor damage to the limbs within the crown.
Yeah, and the term stag-headed, I've never heard that before this case. Can you tell me what it means in the field?
Oh, I'm not sure if that's an arborist's own terminology. I'm not sure if that's a technical term that arborists use, but there could be a term, a layman's term for it, that stag-headed. From the description, it sounds to me like there's multiple dead limbs in the head of it, as in like a stag's horn sort of thing, if you know what I mean.
Thank you, I do. Her Honour will also be hearing that this tree that I'm describing to you had a loss of bark. What is that likely to indicate when you add it to the other two qualities I've given you?
The tree had no bark.
No, you got me there. But if I tell you that the tree had brown desiccated leaves, had a loss of light foliage and light branches, and had a loss of bark, are you able to give Her Honour any indication about what you're thinking about this tree is?
Well, it's dying if it's lost its bark.
Yeah. So would you agree with me? Oh, sorry. And this is a tree that's also weighted towards a source of light, which is the easement. So just take that from me if you would. Given all those qualities, in your own mind, given your experience as a scoper yourself, would you agree with me that this is a tree that's in obvious poor health with notable defects to a trained observer?
Yes, I would.
Yes, thank you. And would you agree with me that these are characteristics, the ones I've been describing to you, that, as they say, don't happen overnight?
Exactly.
So they would have been in place and observable for quite some time, I suggest to you?
Yes, they would.
About how long?
Look, depending on, like the cambium layers obviously died, so the bark's been able to fall off the tree. There's no moisture there to keep it attached, so it could be a couple of years.
Yep. I'm sorry to keep being particular, but when you say a couple, can you give Her Honour a round figure?
At least 2.
Okay, thank you. Now, towards the end of the evidence that you gave, Her Honour, through my colleague, you said that there was, following the fire, a total removal of all trees by mechanical means, by which I was thinking it was a bulldozer. Do you know why that happened?
Yes, look, I was part of what went on there, and we did discuss trying to have climbers go through there, and we did discuss it was too steep to get bucket trucks into. The health and well-being and safety of linesmen re-putting the line up was paramount, as well as anybody else. RFS police in the following days, the welfare of all those people who were in the easement was paramount. So while we were there even inspecting, you would just hear a crash from further up in the bush where a dead tree 2 days or 3 days later would come down. And so it was just decided that the best way to stop a tree maybe 50 metres from the line falling and bringing down another tree, which brought down another tree onto the line, onto the new line, say, it was best just to basically clear fall everything on the high side of the line.
Yep.
We were more selective on the bottom side of the line and taking the heads out and removing trees there. But for safety reasons was the main reason that the trees are all taken out on the high side of the line.
Great, thank you. And you said towards the end of your evidence or your discussion with my colleague that you had indicated to Mr. Somerville that you had warned Essential of a potential fire situation at Murray Flat. Can you tell Her Honour what your concern was?
Yeah, look, about that statement to Mr. Somerville, I honestly don't know the guy. I may have had a conversation with him, but we had conversations with hundreds of people that week. And I had expressed to Essential Energy via email my concern of a fire in the Bega Valley because of a tree that I found that was on an easement at Murray's Flat that was in a span where like a blue cross is put by the scoper if there's no work to be done in the span.
Yeah.
And I went out to audit the line and found a blue cross in this span. Upon inspection with binoculars, found a tree that I thought was close, and then I walked up to that tree, which took me 35 minutes to get to it, and found that it was actually touching the 11 kV.
It was touching what, I'm sorry?
It was touching the 11,000 volt line.
Oh, great. Did that fire eventuate?
No.
Was that tree remediated to your own satisfaction? Was it trimmed?
That tree was remediated before I got time to go and plan the outage to remediate the tree.
Yes, thank you. But that was after you had raised it yourself, after you'd seen that it was given a blue cross.
Yeah, that's correct. But we still don't know to this day who cut the tree.
Right. Well, but you are aware, sir, that there were at least 2 other fires caused by tree falls on the 18th of March 2018. Are you?
Yes. Yes.
And for the transcript there at Frogs Hollow and North Hugh Close, those are the ones you've got in mind?
Yes.
Yes. Would you just excuse me, sir, and Your Honour? Mr. Worley, thank you very much for attending to my questions. I don't have any further for you. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thanks, Mr. Smythe. Officer, is Miss Christensen there?
Dixon, you're
No, you're right. No, I've just spoken to her on the phone. She's gone out to do a delivery. She's a truck driver. And she said she's probably 40 minutes to an hour away, so she won't be here.
Oh, well, we won't get to her today, so we'll finish.
But Your Honour, she is available on Monday.
Oh, great. Okay, thanks for that. We'll contact her about that. Thank you.
I've told her to be here first thing Monday in any regard.
Lovely, thank you. Mr. Cheney.
Mr. Worley, can you see me?
I can.
Here. So you were asked some questions about the document known as the Vegetation Management Common Requirement. Do you recall being asked about that document?
Yes.
And it's, as you understand it, said to be a common requirement because it reflects the common position of the 3 New South Wales energy distributors, Ausgrid, Endeavour Energy and Essential, with respect to vegetation management?
Yes.
It's a document that cooperatively reflects what the 3 energy providers have decided should inform vegetation management.
Mate, excuse me, before you start the question, mate, can I be excused to go to the toilet?
Yes, sure. Yes, we'll have a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for tomorrow. Why do you think we'll get to Bennett?
Maybe it's not right.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Worley, just before that break, I was asking you whether you understood the Vegetation Management Common Requirement document to reflect the agreed position of the three energy providers as to what was reasonable with regard to vegetation management. Do you recall? Have a view?
Yeah, I did. Right, yeah, well, yes.
At least at the time that document was created in October 2014.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, mate, it keeps on sort of,
I just wanted to be
you gave a couple of seconds.
Sorry, the proposition I was putting to you was that it reflected the agreed position of the three energy providers, at least at the time the document was prepared, namely at October 2014.
Yes.
And you were taken to the definition of a Tier 2 defect on page 5325 of that document behind tab 193. Do you still have that document available to you, sir?
I do, yes.
And you were taken to the Tier 2 defect at the top of the page on page 5325?
Dead, dying or structurally unsound?
Yes. And you would have observed of the definition that it refers to those features, namely that a tree be dead, dying or structurally unsound, having been visually identified as far as reasonably practicable. You see that?
Yeah, yes.
Because it's the case, isn't it, that in the, I think you told us the number of areas that you were responsible for within Bega, about 130 areas. There may well be hundreds of thousands or millions of trees perhaps within proximity of the power lines.
Yeah, that may well be the case, yeah.
And it's just a physical impossibility, is it not, to detect every tree that might suffer from a Tier 2 defect in forests of that magnitude?
Again, it's on a case-by-case, day-by-day basis. When you go into one span of wire, you're not looking at 130 work packs. You're concentrating on one span at the time. So if you can get an overview of it or just a basic look, you can identify a dead tree, then go and have a look at that dead tree and then go from there and then go to the next span. So colloquially, again, they stand out like a grey dead tree, or whether it be, like the arborist said, the dead head of a tree. It doesn't have to be dead from the ground all the way up. It can be the last 6 metres dead, which could be affected by westerly winds and blow a branch onto a tree, onto the line. So it's all span by span. And if you're looking at it span by span as your scope, you can usually pick them up.
You can usually pick them up if they're visible from the scoper's position walking or driving the easement, correct?
Yeah, well, we have no way to get over the top of them, so.
The view the scoper enjoys is the view from the ground, be it in the car or walking.
Yes.
And you explained to, I think, both of the previous questioners that there's an element of judgment involved on the part of a scoper in determining whether any given tree should be called out as suffering from a tier 2 defect? Recall.
The judgment usually being how long before you have it cut. It can be, if it's a really bad one, it'll be 2 days. If you think it can last a month, you'll put it down for MRT, maximum rectification time of 30 days. So the judgment part of it is usually just how long before it gets cut.
Although I think you gave an example of a tree that was suffering a 45-degree lean. If it was on the eastern side of an easement in circumstances where the prevailing wind was a nor'wester or a westerly breeze, you might not call that out as a tier 2 defect because it posed no risk to the line. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And you gave some examples of the sorts of things that a scoper would bring to bear on the question whether a given tree ought to be nominated as a hazard tree, including whether it was on the windward side of the easement, the angle or the lean of the tree, how compromised the vegetation was. Sorry, sir, do you need a moment?
No, all good, one.
The sorts of sounds that you generated by tapping the tree with the axe.
Yeah.
Are all matters that the scoper would deploy, all matters that the scoper would have regard to in determining whether a given tree ought to be nominated as a hazard tree or as a tree suffering from a tier 2 defect?
Well, they're all matters that are up as an option to the scoper to help them determine, including checking the root system, erosion, like there's a whole lot of different aspects to look at it.
And you were asked some questions about in what circumstance the scoper might leave the cleared easement and make his or her way into the forest, deeper into the forest, away from the easement. And you gave the example of, I think, or the answer that would be something that might occur if you saw a tree that you thought might be problematic. You might go and have a closer look at it. So.
Well, let me sort of, if you're in a span and the span's at the top of a hill and it drops down the 200 metres, if you've got a visual, just say from the top of that span, and you can see that it's just thick green crowns of the trees that are all healthy, and then mid-span, there's one giant dead tree, that's where you'll go, I'll go in there and have a look at that tree there, if there's only one in the span there, just say per instance. So that tree would stand out, and that's where your tier 2 hat would go on and think, I'll go and have a look at that there, because if you've identified everything else in the span in tier 1 as being healthy and not in need of cutting, then that tier 2 tree would ring alarm bells and want closer inspection.
But typically the scoper walks up or down the length of the easement, or drives up or down the length of the easement, but in the circumstances where the scoper gets out of the vehicle and walks, he or she walks up or down the centre line of the easement, looking left and right, and looking up to see what clearance threats there might be. Is that right?
No, you wouldn't walk down the centre line of the easement, mate. You'd walk on the edge of the easement.
On either side?
On either side, yeah.
And
just so you can judge overhang for deciding what sort of outage is needed. If there's an outage, so you can determine how close the lines are. So, and that way, yeah, it's just easier to walk the edges of the easement.
And it cannot be, and I suggest it cannot be expected by any scoper to be a perfect, foolproof system, can it? You can't expect a scoper to detect each and every potential tier 2 tree that might be in the forest, left or right, or east or west of a given easement.
The obvious ones you would.
obvious being ones that one could see while making the walk on either side of the easement that we've just discussed.
Well, say for instance, on the Reedy Swamp one, if you stood on Reedy Swamp Road, you can see all the way down the easement, so you'd be able to identify anything there that you thought you may have to go and have a look at from there, because it's so high from the top of the easement down to the river flat land at the bottom.
But sir, if you're standing on Reedy Swamp Road looking southwest down the easement, your eye lines, depending on how tall you are, only 1,500 mil, 1,800 mils off the ground level, isn't it? You're not looking at you're not looking at it from an elevated work platform bucket or.
No, but it's one of those things, mate. If you've never scoped it, if you see a grey tree amongst green trees, you know to go and have a look at it.
If you saw it as grey, did you say?
Yeah, grey, dying, dead. Yeah.
I'm just struggling.
Brown.
I'm just struggling with what you described as the advantage, or at least the perspective you'd have from looking down the easement from Reedy Swamp Road. If you were positioned at the top of the easement, standing in Reedy Swamp Road looking down the easement, would you not see left and right of you a forest of trees?
Yeah, you would, but you'd also see grey tips of trees up the top if they were two hazard trees. I mean, when you're standing under an easement and you look at a tree, and then you think, oh, I don't know whether that needs cutting or not. When you go to the top of the easement and look down, you can say, I know it's going to miss by a few metres. You can't determine that sort of stuff from on the ground. So to go up top, it gives you a better overall view of the span.
Sorry, by what device do you go up top? By what means?
To go to the top of the span at Reedy Swamp, say, per se.
Oh, I see. You mean, yes, the top of the... So effectively standing on Reedy Swamp Road, or thereabouts.
Yeah.
But if you have that vantage point and you're looking down the easement, the foliage of healthy trees in the forest might well obscure the existence of the foliage of dying or dead trees, as one views it from that perspective. Would it not?
It may do.
And then, and we know, as you've told us, that this is a particularly dense bushland to the eastern side of the easement, on the high side, correct? Is that right, sir?
Dense amount of tall trees, not dense in undergrowth type trees.
So did you say dense in tall trees? Or?
Yeah, very dense tall trees that were there, yeah.
You asked some questions about particular features of a tree as they were described by an arborist who's given some evidence in this case. You recall being asked about the arborist observing of a particular tree that it was stag-headed, had browned and desiccated leaves, suffered from a loss of light branches and a loss of bark.
Yes.
And you were asked, I think, what those descriptors would indicate to you about the health of that tree.
Yeah.
And before I take it, you could express an opinion about whether a tree that suffered from those defects should or should not have been identified as a Tier 2 tree. You'd need to know more about how visible that tree was from the perspective of a scoper walking the easement, would you not?
Well, you'd if you'd seen trees on the edge of the easement that were had signs of dying in them, you'd make your way deeper into it, just make sure there wasn't any trees in there that needed looking at.
And if you hadn't had anything of that nature raising your suspicion, a reasonable scoper might well not pick up the presence of a tree that suffered from those defects deeper in the forest. That be fair?
Potentially, yeah.
Pardon me, ma'am. So just one last matter. I know it's been around for a while here. You were asked about the reference in in Essential Energy's vegetation management plan to to what might be apparent to trained observers. Do you recall being asked about a document in tab 71C of the court book?
The vegetation management.
Yeah.
2361.
Do you know what volume it is?
Oh, yes. It's,
6A, isn't it?
So do you have available to you the Essential Energy Vegetation Management Plan that you had taken to earlier that's behind?
I think it does.
It's on screen.
I have to bring it on screen.
I think it's good. Just so we're looking for page 2361.56.
We're just looking for that at the moment.
There's 2361.
5361.
5361, yeah.
Yeah.
Page,
Did you want
yeah,
2361 or 5361?
2361.56. I'm not sure, was it on the screen last time?
2361.56, mate.
Bring it on the screen.
We're able to bring it up on the screen?
Sorry.
That's it. Can you see it on the screen in front of you, Mr. Worley?
61?
Yeah, 2361.5.
5 what?
What was it, mate? 2361.5.
6.56, yeah.
Yeah, got it.
We're just getting to it now, mate. There we go.
Got it.
And you were taken to the second paragraph on that page, which reads, overhead networks in all jurisdictions can be affected, presumably should mean affected, by seemingly healthy trees, unexpectedly failing sometimes due to significant storm exposure.
Yes.
And then you were taken to the next sentence, other than tier 2 tree defects, brackets, trees in obvious poor health or with notable defects to a trained observer, brackets, predicting the likelihood of individual tree failures across a largely healthy population with current industry inspection methods is impossible, and therefore an element of risk will always remain. You see that?
Yes, I can see that, yep.
And it was put to you that you are not a formally trained observer. And I think you agreed with that proposition, do you recall?
That's correct.
But you are nevertheless, or at least would regard yourself as having had the benefit of on-the-job training in this area over the many years you've had in this game. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at that photo now, and if you're looking down the easement there, you can see the power line. The next power line's either going to be closer to me or further away from me, and then you can see that the tops of the two dead trees there would be hazard trees, or Tier 2D affected trees.
Sorry, when you say you're looking at that photo now, are you looking at the picture underneath the paragraph?
Yes.
I'm just asking you to concentrate on the words in the paragraphs above the picture.
Okay.
And all I'm asking you is, when it was put to you earlier that you were not a, quote, formally trained observer, and you agreed with it, you would nevertheless regard yourself as a trained observer, having had the benefit of on-the-job training in this area for many years, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's the nature of scoping work that many scopers are not formally trained or formally qualified as arborists, correct?
So I believe, yes.
And most scopers get their job, get their training in the area by way of on-the-job training, in your experience. Is that right?
Oh, I don't know that, mate. Like, I can't say how the contract scopers get their experience. I've no idea.
I'm silent.
So you've worked with other vegetation officers over the years, correct?
Yes.
And like you, I gather, you've observed them to get their training on the job?
Yes, I spent 4 months with Greg Morris in Cooma when I first started, and he was a grade 4 arborist, I think.
There's an aspect of mentoring to the typical training on the job, is there?
Yes.
And you were, finally, so you were asked some questions about the post-fire work that was done in the easement. Recall being asked about that?
Yes.
And is it the case that the post-fire clear felling work that was done was motivated principally by a concern for the safety and welfare of the linesmen and others who would be working in the easement to restore power?
No, and also the future safety of the line, obviously. But you know, you don't want to see your workmates killed by a falling tree a week after it, 2 weeks after it.
Because there were many trees, the structural soundness of which was compromised by the damage they suffered in the fire, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Woolley.
Mr. McIntyre.
Just one matter, Your Honour. Mr. Worley, you gave some evidence before that if you were to be inspecting an easement and you saw dead trees on the edge of that easement, you might make your way in further into the easement to have a look to see whether, or further into the forest rather, to see whether there were other dead trees around. Is that because the presence of some dead trees on the edge of the easement might put you on notice that there would be further dead trees into the vegetation?
Yeah, especially like with white ants nest. If you saw, say, for instance, a white ant's nest at the base of the tree on the edge, you might wander further in, yes.
So white ants' nests, the presence of those might be an indicator that would make you more careful and more likely to conduct a thorough inspection beyond the very edge of the vegetation.
Yes, it would be. Well, for my instance, it would, yes.
I've no further questions, Your Honour.
Mr. Worley, you do not have to come back tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much, Your Honour. I owe you a bottle of wine or something.
Well, we appreciate the time that you've spent, and you've been able to answer the questions in, I think, quite a considered way, which is reflective of your experience. And I thank you for that and the time that you've given to the inquiry. You're now excused.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
You know, that concludes the oral evidence today. Doing the best I can I inform Your Honour the apprehended order of witnesses tomorrow, Mr. Robert Sarrick, Mr. Patrick Kelleher, Mr. Ian Fitzpatrick, time permitting, Mr. Brent Kerrisk, and then Mark Bennett, again time permitting. And if those parties who have a sufficient interest, if they could give some consideration as to whether they require for examination Jonathan Van Ree and Shane Bruckner, because it may be that those two witnesses may not be called.
Right. Officer,
Yes, Your Honour.
can I thank you very much for your double duties today? And I'm
That's
sorry
all right. About the
that
noise before.
you've now been co-opted as a court officer because bigger court couldn't accommodate us, and we're very grateful that you've been able to come to the fore today.
Yep, that's fine.
And I
I've just got one quick question. I've got Cassandra Dixon coming first thing on the Monday morning. Is that still right?
Yes.
Yes, we could interpose her if there's another one.
Yes, we'll have her first thing, and then she can make those arrangements.
Yep, and then we'll be followed by the man who's still here, we didn't get to his evidence today.
Who's that?
That was, I think his name's Robert.
Right, he's going to be first on tomorrow.
Okay.
So
First on tomorrow, of course.
So
Yeah.
first Mr. Worley, he'll be first on tomorrow, followed by Patrick Kelleher.
Yeah.
And then it's anticipated that Mr. Fitzpatrick, Ian Fitzpatrick, and then Brent Kerrisk, if we get to him, Mark Bennett.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just getting a bit ahead of myself. I'm actually doing some other duties tomorrow, so I think Detective Marks will be here tomorrow.
Oh, he's lucky, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, you enjoy your day tomorrow away from us.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Now it's 10 o'clock, thanks.